What's up?
Sorry for what's it called? Sorry for like requesting back. It's just my phone messed up, so I have to switch devices.
No problem.
T-Jump, like I have.
Yeah.
It's just a question. Then I'm just gonna like leave the stage. The question is, since you're an atheist philosopher, or like I don't know what are you? No offense, but what made you like leave your previous belief, or if you had any?
Lack of evidence.
Such as in what, if I may ask?
What do you mean, such as in what?
Like, what made you like what type of evidence of in religion that it did not make sense to you, and you thought as it is like a lack of evidence. Forgive me for my ignorance, by the way.
So it was the fact that when I researched what evidence is and what qualifies as evidence in science, all the things that religious people use as evidence are fallacies. They're things that are provably not evidence. They provably fail every time. And so there isn't any evidence. There's no real evidence of a God at all.
Okay, then that makes sense. But I have one more question. Then I will leave. But what was like your previous religion, like Christianity, Islam, or what?
Yeah, it was Christianity.
Orthodox or Protestant?
Non-denominational.
I never heard of that. Non-dom.
Okay.
Anyway, thank you very much. I'm going to leave the stage and have a good event. See you later.
See ya. Anyone else? Questions, comments, stuff about God?
Hi, what's up, T-Jump?
Hey, not much.
You sound tired. Is everything all right?
I'm very tired.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear.
Do you have a question?
You know, I mean, maybe you're tired because you don't believe in God, or maybe if you believe in God, you wouldn't be tired. But, yeah, what do you think of the fine-tuning argument as formulated by Luke Barnes? What are your thoughts?
It's terrible. I had a conversation with Luke Barnes on my YouTube channel about it.
Oh, cool. All right. Why do you think it's terrible? I think it's pretty good.
Because it requires something outside of physics in order to indicate that a God is there. So the fine tuning says that using some probabilistic analysis, if you have some hypothesis that would expect the conclusion, then that hypothesis is more likely than one that would not expect the conclusion. So like naturalism doesn't predict the fine-tuning, doesn't predict that the universe would be fine-tuned. His model does predict that the universe would be fine-tuned under a God or whatever. Therefore, his model is better. But that means that you have to assume the things in his model are true. There has to be some evidence of the other parts of his model. So like if there's some evidence of morality in the universe, that's predicted under theism. And so if you have morality plus the fine tuning, then you have evidence to believe that there was an intelligent designer who created the fine tuning. But if there's no morality, no evidence of morality, then there's no extraneous evidence to indicate the fine tuner. And therefore, there isn't anything in physics alone that indicates the fine tuner. You need something outside of physics, like the moral argument.
I'm not sure though, because you're saying you have to assume the worldview, but the whole argument is comparing possible outcomes given the possibilities. So we have the information, we have the data, and we're trying to see which model fits the data better. and it turns out that a model that's naturalistic doesn't seem to fit the data better, at least probabilistically speaking.
What data?
But the model, the data of the constants and the variables at the set of variables at the initial stages of the universe.
Well, so naturalism is a class of hypotheses. Theism is a class of hypotheses. There's infinitely many possible gods. There's infinitely many possible ways the universe could be, right? So if we want to assume that the universe was created or not created, if the universe had just some starting constants or whatever, and that's our hypothesis, and the starting constants are exactly what we see, then the explanatory power of that model would explain everything we see exactly one-to-one. The reason theism is supposedly explaining the data is because you assume God has a particular nature and not a different nature. So like if you assume there was a God who was apathetic and didn't care, then that wouldn't explain the data anymore. So if you assume like the universe doesn't care, that wouldn't explain the data. But if you assume the universe is determined by its nature in order to make the fine-tuning constants, and if you assume that theism, the God's nature, is such that it would make the fine-tuning constants, both of those would explain the data better. And so he's comparing general naturalism, which doesn't tell us anything, with a specific theism that he assumes is true. So you have to assume his particular theism or a particular kind of theism. And if you do that, you can just assume a particular kind of naturalism that would also equate the data. And so there wouldn't be a difference at all between the two.
Well, what kind of naturalism could you posit that would explain the improbable odds of the constants being what they are?
Well, you can just say there's a law of physics that causes all of them to be intertwined so that they couldn't be otherwise. So like there could be a fine structure constant that makes all the laws entangled so that they can't, if one change one, they'll proportionally change all the other ones.
Yeah, but so what you're saying is you just gotta posit something ad hoc.
That's exactly
sounds
what
like to me.
theism is doing. That's the problem.
Well, that's not true. That's not true. So, the idea of a creator God that's outside of space and time that has tuned the universe has been along for a long time. A long time it's been around.
Yeah, but
This idea
that's
of
always
a
been ad hoc.
constant.
So like the idea of a God has always been ad hoc. It's the God of the gaps fallacy. So the fact that it was ad hoc 2,000 years ago doesn't make it good today.
No, but well, I'm not sure if it has been ad hoc, to be honest. But the idea is that we have this model that's. I'm making a prediction, really. We can even frame it that way. And the prediction is that God, from our perspective, it's prediction because we don't have this information yet. So, is that God is necessary for creation, right? Or and when we explore, it turns out we find evidence, and that evidence is a fine tuning. And sure, you can give a different reason, but what makes it ad hoc is that you weren't proposing this explanation that was you could find evidence for until after the fact that we found the evidence for the reason already posited, which is God.
Well, ad hoc isn't.
So I feel like
ad hoc isn't just positing evidence after you found it. That's post hoc. Ad hoc is adding in extra details just to fit the data or whatever. So the problem is that that the kind of prediction you're saying that God is required for the universe to be seeing the universe being fine-tuned wouldn't be evidence of that.
why? No, I think it would be because the idea is that it's so improbable that it gives us reason to believe that particularly a fine tuner is required, someone who made it out of their own design. So I think it is evidence.
The probability isn't evidence of a designer. Probability isn't evidence of design. It's the intelligent design fallacy. So like if we say there's some improbable event like a series of dice or whatever that are all landing sixes, it's really improbable. Oh my God. There's three possibilities. One, it happened by random chance. Two, there's some determined force we don't see yet. Like all the dice are weighted. Like there's a weight in the bottom of all dice. They're all going to land six every single time. We just don't know it. And three is someone deliberately placed them there. All three of those are possibilities. So the fact that you see something improbable isn't evidence of any one of those over the others until you like prove that there's nothing special about them. So like if we could prove that the weights aren't died or the dice aren't weighted, and we can prove that it isn't just something that happens all the time, then you could probably infer the design. But where there's no evidence of, in fact, it's the opposite. There's evidence that there is both the dice are weighted, that's the fine structure constant, and that it happens a lot. That's like multiverse and string theory hypotheses. And there's no evidence of a designer whatsoever. So of the hypotheses that do explain the data, the only ones that actually work are it happens a whole bunch, the random chance one, and it's determined by some unknown force, the fine structure constant one. The God hypothesis doesn't work in any of those.
Oh, why are you so comfortable in saying this unknown force? Like, what do you think of like the fact that for us to explain a heliocentric model, or not a non-geocentric model, you have to posit dark matter and dark energy. It seems like atheists are just running away. Like, you're like, well, it could just be this structure constant that we've never ever like wanted or had a need or reason to posit. But as soon as what's been, the common idea for centuries, which is that God exists, we find evidence in the form of a probabilistic Bayesian analysis.
I'm a little confused. You said a non-heliocentric model or non-geocentric? What does that have to do with what are we talking about?
Well, because of the expansion rate, I was watching. Have you heard? You're probably gonna. Oh, this will be fun. Have you seen that movie, The Principal?
Yep, I had a debate with one of the directors on my channel.
Okay, cool. So the point about how if we had a galactocentric model, we could account for all the data of like the redshift and the expansion of the universe without necessitating this like this something we have no evidence for, which is dark matter and dark energy. It's never been observed. It's like possibly not observable from what I've been looking into it.
Okay, so those are just phenomena. Those aren't things. Dark matter and dark energy aren't things that we're trying to like posit. They're just a phenomenon that we literally observe. So dark matter is the fact that there's more gravity than we would expect around galaxies. That's all there is. And dark energy is just the expansion rate of how things are moving away faster and faster. These are just facts. These aren't things we're trying to like explain. These are just facts that we see.
No, if it was just facts, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. When you're talking about it's just the data of the phenomena, then given a galactocentric model, we could account for all the data without positing some unobserved, classification of like an object or entity or something. I don't know if it would even be an object. People have no idea what it is, but they're just saying, "Oh, we need this extra thing." Well, maybe we don't need this extra thing. We could just account for all of it with a galactocentric model. It seems like this is what you're doing with this argument, where God was posited. We'd expect under the common view of God creating the universe that it's designed, that it's like finely tuned for us.
So just to clarify, the geocentric model doesn't change anything about dark matter or dark energy. It changes nothing.
No, so the point is that under a galactocentric model, which is
even if I can just grant we're in the center of the universe or whatever, it makes no difference to dark matter or dark energy. It changes nothing.
Well, it does, because you can account for the expansion rates and without necessitating some extra classification of
there's lots of
material.
Models of dark energy that don't posit an extra thing. So extra things aren't required to solve dark matter or dark energy anyway. Those are, again, dark matter and dark energy are not things. They are a phenomenon we see. They could be explained by the known stuff we just don't know yet. That's not what dark matter and dark energy mean. They're just things we observe. We don't know what's causing them. It could be just the normal stuff that's causing them in a way we don't understand yet. That's perfectly fine. You don't need a geocentric model to do that. And saying that we're in the center of the universe doesn't change anything about those.
No, so they are a sort of thing that are posited, at least when we're talking about dark matter and dark energy. I understand that the phenomena which leads to the positing of these things is just something we observe. But when we're talking about dark matter, what I understand is that there's like an anomaly with gravity that under our current models would necessitate some other form of interaction that's happening in like in non-normal distribution that would hint at there being some form of matter, which we don't observe. And for energy, it's to do with the I think it's to do with the rates of expansion, and that there's this difference in the rates of expansion. And please correct me, you probably know more about that, the dark energy bit, if I'm wrong. But you're right, it is a phenomena, but what's posited is a sort of energy. That's what it's called, energy.
No.
That there's some sort of energy. We're not. Okay.
So again, there's nothing that is posited about. There's many different models in physics of what they are. There's no answer. We don't have an answer for what these are. That's why they're called dark matter and dark energy. But there's lots of models that don't entail any additional anything. Like that's not a requirement.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about those models,
which are completely
one of them,
completely normal. Like there's not, you don't need a geocentric anything for that. Like the geocentric model is
No.
rejected by everybody in physics. Nobody thinks it works at all, because it doesn't work at all. The math doesn't work. Literally, it just fails completely. But
well, that's not true.
it is.
That's not. You can have a. You can have a Earth-centered. Because of relativity, you can have a model that has the Earth at its center. It's just much more complex math. It's people don't use it, but the idea that it's rejected is outright.
It's
I don't think that's right.
100% rejected. 100%. You can literally just Google forget the guy's name and the models and whether or not they're accepted, and they are not at all. 0% accepted. But that's
man, I wish I had my browser open because I literally had the wiki open on this.
Slightly unrelated to your main argument, though. But so your main argument is something like fine tuning is evidence of God because people thought God existed for centuries earlier or something, right?
Yeah, and so the prediction is that we would find the universe to be finely tuned for us. And we find evidence of that in this Bayesian analysis of the constants at the inception of the universe. And now you're doing a post hoc, ad hoc reasoning, trying to posit this thing called the structure or whatever, the constant of the structures, which is like, it sounds like you're just trying to escape the obvious answer, the obvious.
Well, that doesn't make sense. So, like, if let's say life was extremely common in the universe, that seems to be perfectly consistent with a God.
Why? I don't know. What does that have to do with the point?
So, for something to be evidence of one hypothesis over the other, that means it has to increase the probability of the hypothesis being true, right? So let's say the universe is fine-tuned. Is this more or less likely with a designer than a universe that is where life is plentiful? Which one of those is more likely under a designer?
Both are probably, because he maybe doesn't want as many people. Maybe he wants a certain amount of people, and that's why we're only on Earth and not across the stars.
Right. So it makes no difference to the hypothesis whatsoever which way you think it works.
Okay, but I don't see how this. But the difference is that it's not comparing a universe in which there's little life to a lot of life. It's comparing universes in which there's possibility of life versus no possibility of life.
Wait, what?
So that's totally different.
So the question is this evidence of a God? That's the point. For something to be evidence, like if I say there is a rabbit in the box, and I want to say there's evidence of the rabbit in the box, and I say, look, there's a penny on the ground. Is that evidence of the rabbit in the box? No, it has literally nothing to do with the rabbit. There could be a rabbit or not. The penny makes no difference, right?
Okay, yeah.
So if the penny could be there if there's a rabbit, and the penny could not be there and there's still a rabbit, the penny is irrelevant. It's not evidence of anything. So whether the universe was fine-tuned or whether the universe wasn't fine-tuned isn't evidence of a God at all. It tells us nothing. It's like a penny. It's like, okay, let's...
Well, evidence is just increases the probability, and I think it does increase the probability if it's finely tuned, because how else? What explanatory model would you use that isn't just post hoc, ad hoc, adding this extra constant that has never been, like, we never needed it before ever?
Well, again, so those aren't. So those models, there's evidence of laws of physics. We know those exist independent of our imagination. So you're allowed to use those as explanations in physics. You're not allowed to use things that haven't been demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination in physics. You're not allowed to use miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, supernatural, UFOs. Those aren't allowed in physics because all of those.
Wait, that's not true though.
Yeah, it is. What do you mean?
So you did that. Y'all did that with the Higgs boson. It hadn't been observed, and you guys posited the other thing to explain what how like the interactions of the particles are working at like minuscule levels or whatever.
Yeah, all of the parts of the
So-
Higgs boson had been demonstrated to exist. All of the math used to demonstrate the Higgs boson was math of other particles that had already existed. So all of the parts of the Higgs boson theory were all things that had been demonstrated to exist. And the Higgs boson
Right.
was a hole in that. And then we made predictions based off that hole. And then it was awarded the Nobel Prize after it was discovered, not before it was discovered.
Yeah, definitely. So we agree. I guess to point to another thing, maybe to explain better what I'm
the
trying
Higgs
to say.
boson is reasonable to posit. God is not reasonable to posit. Higgs boson is not made of miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, supernatural, UFOs. Nothing in the Higgs boson theory included any of that.
No, yeah, I'm not talking about UFOs or unicorns. I'm talking about a creator, God, a deity.
That's the exact same. That's the exact same thing.
No, but listen, electrons aren't like objects, right? We can't like observe the object of an electron. We observe its effect.
That's fine. You don't need to directly observe something for it to be indicated by the evidence. So if it makes predictions, that's all it needs.
Yeah, exactly, right. So we just need to observe its effects. Now the claim here is that God's effect is the creation of the universe. So we do observe the effect. So I don't think that when you're saying, oh, it's not evidence because you don't observe it, I don't think that's fair because we don't observe electrons.
I didn't say anything about observation. So things that have been demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination are things that have made novel, successful predictions and been confirmed. That's it. It's not like you don't need to directly observe it. It's not the point.
But I'm saying that the theistic model made a prediction.
What prediction?
That hadn't been the prediction that the universe is finely tuned for life.
Again, that's not a prediction anyone made. So that's just wrong. Like if the universe had been, life was plentiful and the physics wasn't required, that would be consistent with the God model. There's no differentiation between whether life is plentiful or whether life is finely tuned in the universe in any theistic model. So no theistic model predicts the universe will be finely tuned.
Okay, I think we just disagree. I think that it's very obvious and clear that throughout the history of Christianity, we have been saying that the universe was made by God for the purpose of housing human life.
Right, and that doesn't say the universe is fine-tuned. None of that implies the universe is fine-tuned.
Well, fine-tuning simply, in this case, means fine-tuned for life. So it simply means that the universe was carefully crafted, designed, such that it could lead to the propagation of life as we know it.
And could it be carefully crafted? Could it be carefully crafted and have life be plentiful? Could that be a carefully crafted universe?
Sure, yeah. I think that
everything you just said doesn't predict a finely tuned universe.
Why not? Wait, that doesn't follow.
Because
the point is it needs to be tuned for life.
The way a prediction works is you have some kind of data in your model, and this data will imply something in the future and not the opposite of that thing. Because if it implies the opposite of that thing, then it's whether it's that thing or not tells us nothing. So for it to actually have a model with a prediction, it needs to predict that thing and not the other thing. If it predicts both, then you've told us nothing. It's not a prediction. So
no, but it's not predicting its opposite. I made this point earlier that it's not between some life and a lot of life. It's between the possibility of life
that's irrelevant
and the impossibility
of life. Doesn't make a difference to the argument here. So for something to be a prediction, your hypothesis has to predict X and not Y. We will see X, we will not see Y. That's what prediction is. So if you want to say we will see fine tuning, that means you have to predict we will not see a universe that life is plentiful. That has to be the alternative. So if it says it'll be either way, well, you're not making a prediction. You're just saying it'll be either way. Like, okay, that's great. Anybody can say that. So for something to be a prediction, you have to say it will be fine tuned. It will not be plentiful.
I know. We can't say it will be a universe which has the possibility of sustaining life. It will not be a universe which does not have the possibility of sustaining life. It will not be a universe.
So that's irrelevant. We live in a universe with life. Therefore, you can't predict that. That's something we already know. So to predict something we don't know, you have to predict something that's not already known at the time you make the prediction. So if you're alive and you're making this prediction, saying you exist in a universe with life isn't a prediction.
Right. No. But the prediction is not precisely that there is life. The prediction is that the universal constants, which we didn't know at the time when we were saying these things as Christians, these universal constants are going to be finely tuned for this possibility.
Again,
that's the prediction.
Where is that prediction? There's no such prediction anywhere in theism.
It's in the sentence that God made this universe for us as humans.
Right. So if I say God made this universe for us as humans, does that imply that the universe will have lots of constants that make life very hard, or that life is very common? Could either of those be the case if that sentence is true?
Sure. Yeah.
So it doesn't predict either one.
Maybe. I don't know.
Neither one is a prediction on this model. They're both possible.
Wait, I'm confused. Help me understand.
So let's say Christianity is true. Christianity says Jesus rose from the dead. So is it possible that Jesus rose from the dead, or Jesus did not rise from the dead under Christianity? Are both of those possible, or is only one of those possible?
Only one.
So there's a prediction there. Christianity says Jesus will rise from the dead, and if he didn't, Christianity is false. It makes the prediction Jesus will rise from the dead, right?
Yeah.
But if I said Hinduism is true, and under Hinduism, Jesus may rise from the dead, he may not, makes no difference to Hinduism. Is that a prediction Hinduism makes? Does Hinduism make the prediction Jesus will rise from the dead?
No, it doesn't.
Right, because it doesn't care. It doesn't make a difference one way or the other. So to be a prediction, you have to be exclusionary. You have to say this and not the other thing. So if you're trying to make a prediction the universe will be fine-tuned, that means you have to say, if it's not fine-tuned, I'm wrong. My theory is wrong. That's what it means to be a prediction here. Now, if you say if the other possibility is true, well, it could still work. That's like Hinduism, where it's not a prediction. We don't care. Either way is fine. So for it to be a prediction, for you to predict the universe is finely tuned, you have to say it must be finely tuned. And if it's the alternative, we're wrong. And that is not anywhere in the sentence you provided. In the sentence you provided, it's like the Hindu saying, stuff will happen with Jesus. Does that say he's going to be rise from the dead or not? It makes no difference. You haven't predicted he's going to rise from the dead. You have not made that prediction because you haven't made an exclusionary statement. This will happen and not this.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. So let me clarify. When I say fine-tune, I'm not talking about fine-tune for a plentiful or non-plentiful life. What I mean to say is that there's a range of these constants which allow for a universe which has the possibility of sustaining life.
Well, again, we already knew
that's what I mean by
fine-tune. Let's say if I make a model that predicts the sun will rise tomorrow, everyone already knows that. That's not a prediction. It's post hoc.
No, but what do you mean we didn't know that? We didn't know that
today, if I right now today make a model that the sun will rise tomorrow, that's not a prediction. So this is something that everybody already knows. So
but what we didn't know is that the constants actually were limited to a range, which makes them very improbable, thus proving fine tuning. We didn't know that before until we had modern cosmology and had the modern theories.
The only thing that was predicted in the past was that there would be a life permitting universe. Everybody already knew that. They're alive. Everyone who made that prediction already knew we were in a life permitting universe because they're alive. So that's not a prediction.
Yeah, no, I don't think I'm not saying again that I'm saying that the prediction is that for there to be a life-sustaining universe, which we know already, it had to have been designed, i.e. it had to have been fine-tuned. And the evidence of that fine-tuning is the improbability of the constants being what they are, which are necessary for the possibility of life. That's what I'm saying.
Remember, that part was already debunked by the Hinduism analogy. So in your model, it makes no difference between whether or not the constants of the universe were specifically designed to make life really hard or whether or not life is really plentiful and really easy. Makes no difference to your model. So it doesn't predict either one.
Okay, I think I'm probably running in circles here. So I'm going to take what you said and research and think about it. Also, my mom woke up and I'm going to eat. So hopefully I get to talk to you again next week.
Sure.
But thanks for having me on. Someone else wants to talk.
Talk to you later.
Yeah, talk to you later. Bye.
Who's next? Sabi? Mayor, what's up?
Hey, well, I'm actually an atheist, so I don't know if...
I don't care. What's your question?
My question? Yeah. Oh, I just joined the chat. I'm not sure Um, hmm, my question. Can I take a moment or
Yeah, you can just think about it later, and I'll bring up Bart. Bart, what's up? That's how you. People are having problems joining the stage.
okay? Okay, so I thought about it. Do you think Jesus was an actual historical figure?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Richard Carrier?
Yes. I've spoken with him
Well,
multiple times.
oh, you have? Actually, like I agree with a lot of his points. I think he was more of a mythological figure than actual historical.
That is not what the consensus of historians indicates. His standard is overly skeptical and is based on statements of, what was it? One of the historians, was it starts with a J, I think, and then Josephus, was it? No, I don't remember. Somebody was mentioning that there was some 4 criterion that this person will embody, and these criterion seem to be similar to some of the things said about Jesus, and that the name associated to this individual is Jesus based on something else someone else written. And that making those 2 connections is what Carrier is doing in order to try to say that Jesus was mentioned by this other guy, but he was not. There's a great video on it by who was it? I had an interview with him. I forgot what channel it's on, but he did a complete deconstruction, like an hour long, of all the things Carrier and the mythicists believe, and you should check out that video, whichever one it is.
Okay, but you don't feel like that? Jesus rising in like 3 days, like that particular point as an example, that it has a lot of similarities with other religions. The 3-day resurrection.
Sure it does. There's lots of similarities in lots of things. That doesn't make a difference.
But that's just like one. Like he has like a whole like long list. Like
there are lots of real people who
I'm not an
really
expert.
existed who claimed to have risen from the dead 3 days later. They did not, but the fact that they claim to exist or claim to rise from the dead in 3 days has religious significance to people, and so people keep using that number. That doesn't mean that they didn't exist. It just means they didn't rise from the dead.
Okay. But like going back then, like back to Judea, back like 2,000 years ago, I don't think they recorded much like the common man. Like, there wasn't much recordings, and like I heard like a conspiracy theory. It was this on YouTube? It's that like you probably heard of it, like the conspiracy that like the Romans invented Jesus.
Yep.
Have you heard of
The
that?
Tertullians or Tertullian or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot the name of the family, but yeah, they invented Jesus to like I guess to control the Jewish, because like you gotta admit, like in the New Testament, it's a lot of I forgot the exact quote from, but like obey Caesar. So I forgot the exact quote, but it's something about obeying Caesar, and that's something the Romans
Give
would
unto
want.
Caesar what is Caesar's. Give, yeah.
Yes, yeah, and like considering like there was a Jewish rebellion before that, and like Jews were known, they were a vassal colony of Rome.
That
And
was
they're
all.
also a very
That's
rebellious
also
one.
addressed in the video. Mystic informant.
Mhm.
I think that's his name. You can check really quick. Mystic informant. Bart Ehrman has a reply on his blog of it. I found that, which is not the one I'm looking for, though. Twitter.
So, but like, what actual witness? How many witnesses do we even have
Who
recorded
cares?
of Jesus? No, but I mean, if we're talking about him as a historical figure, it would matter, right?
No,
Well, why not?
because most historical figures don't have them. We don't care.
Well, what do you mean? Like Julius Caesar probably has a lot.
Sure, like for the super big, important figures, for most people, we don't. Here it is. Here it is. Refutation of loading. Refutation of Richard Carrier and the Church of Mythicism by Gnostic Informant. That's the one.
Okay.
So he went. It's like an hour and 20 minutes. He goes through all of that stuff. Does a good job. So far, that's my position, is that is correct.
So you just feel like it was a real person, but none of the supernatural stuff happened.
Yeah, that's the historical majority view on the topic.
Well, I mean, historically, the name Jesus, whatever it translated to in Hebrew, it was a common name back then. So, like, I don't doubt there was a Jesus that like died on the cross. But
That's all you really need. I'm not sure. Like, as long as he had that, had some apostles, and tried to do some miracles and claimed to be God, that's it. That's the minimum requirement of what Jesus requires to exist. Guy named Jesus, died on cross, had followers, claimed to be God. Poof, you got Christianity.
interesting. Do you feel the Romans would control publication, especially like I feel like they were tight on
There
censorship,
wasn't any
right? Like you
publication
couldn't.
back then. There was, you handwrit things and you handed it to your friend. There was no publication back then.
That's what I meant. But like, they would even censor that, right?
No. What are they going to do? Go house to house? Be like, stop writing things.
Well, it depends what you're writing.
Not really, no. The Romans didn't have enough troops to literally go house to house and stop people from writing stuff.
No, but writing was like it was a rich people's thing back then, right?
Sort
So it
of.
wouldn't be that many.
No, there's no controlling the writing. There was lots of writing the Romans didn't like.
Um, can you name one example?
No. Google it though.
Okay.
Criticism of, or there was a famous what's it called? Satirist who would make fun of the emperor during the times, and they were famously killed for making fun of the emperor all the time.
Oh. Yeah, but that wasn't a recording. He did it live.
No,
right?
he wrote it down. He was an author.
Oh, okay, but like he gave it around, like his writings, or was it just like his personal diary?
He was like a newspaper writer. He literally handed them out for people to read.
Was he an architect by any chance,
What?
or am I confusing with someone else?
Architect? No, it's literally all he did was write. He was just a writer.
Oh, okay. Well, so when did you become an atheist?
Late high school.
Were you a Christian before?
Yep.
Okay. What made you become an atheist?
Prayers weren't answered, and there was no evidence when I looked for it.
Same here, but for me it was a lot younger. I was like 6. Like I'd pray to God, and just never an answer. I even went to the Christian. I had to go to the Christian camp as a kid. You know, but like, never really clicked with me.
Yep. Have any other questions?
I guess that's it. Nice talking to you. So.
Yep, you too.
Hey, what's going on? This is Gorski here.
Hey,
To change my name. All right. So obviously I don't have any direct questions, but a few weeks ago somebody was asking you about they were telling you to do mushrooms, and you were like, why? And they didn't really have a good answer for you. And I'd like to just give you a quick sales pitch.
okay.
All right. So what I found is that it allows, the best way I could describe it is outside of like, seeing some weird shit and like your chair will be moving like waves and all that silly stuff. That's fun and all, but what I find it is allows you to temporarily experience sensory input, emotions, and like thought patterns and perspectives in a totally different way that you normally would never experience or feel. And that can give you firsthand perspective as to how other people experience stuff. So, for example, I'm not the kind of guy to connect color to emotion. I can read that on a piece of paper and understand, okay, sure, of course, people dress in bright clothing. Some people experience colors and link it to, I can understand that logically. I don't feel that at all until I did shrooms once, and all of a sudden it kind of like clicked. And suddenly, even though it was temporary, I could actually experience that firsthand and walk away from that experience knowing how, not just on a piece of paper, but how people are actually experiencing it. Anyway, also it'd be pretty good to watch you trip out on live stream. I think that would get a lot of YouTube followers.
Might also get me banned though.
Would it really?
Yep.
Jesus.
I mean, yeah. So I think that's a fine argument in that if the goal was to learn how people were experiencing stuff, that is a perfectly rational justification for wanting to do drugs. I don't have any desire to do that though.
Yeah, I will warn you, if you don't have a desire to do it, don't, because it is a quite the experience. It's pretty intense.
Yeah, drugs have never made me feel good. They usually make me feel worse. And so even if I had the goal of like learning more about how other people feel, it would still not necessarily be a great thing to do.
Yes, so then I wouldn't recommend it if that's the case. Anyway.
Yep.
Any news on YouTube that you could share? Or?
I can't reapply for another 7 days. So 7 days I'm still stuck with no monetization.
All right, dude. That's all I got.
All right.
Peace.
See you. Anybody else? Questions, comments, stuff? I think people are having trouble joining from mobile. So try PC.
Assalamu alaikum.
Hey,
Peace be upon you.
alaikum salam.
You Christian?
Yep. No, I'm an atheist. I was a Christian.
No, atheist. Do you want to discuss it?
What?
Do you want to discuss it?
Sure, that is the point of this show.
All right. Surely you've seen Gaudel's ontological argument,
Yes.
correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Scott's version.
Whose version?
Scott's version.
Who is Scott?
He like made his version of the ontological argument.
I don't know a Scott. I don't know Scott's version.
Well, I mean, to be honest, I think it is good proof that God exists, if you know what I mean. It's like it's been run through by computers as like an equation.
It's valid. It's not
You
sound.
know, it's valid, yeah.
It's not sound.
It's valid.
That's
but
the problem. It needs to be sound.
that is true, but I mean, it's not really true. I mean, if you actually want like 100% proof that God exists, you just can't really. You will never
I
find.
want 1% proof. Gödel's ontological argument isn't 1% proof. It's equally as much proof as the argument, cats are dogs, dogs are chickens, therefore cats are chickens. It's valid. That's great. Is it evidence? No.
Well, it can be built upon, if you know what I mean. I mean, you're looking for, one specific argument to prove God.
No,
But
I
I
want
think
1%. I want 1% evidence of God.
there is no objective 100%
What one
proof God exists. Oh, 1%.
1%.
1% proof? Well, you're
What
gonna
the
have to use
1%
your brain for it,
evidence?
if you know what I mean.
1% evidence. I don't need proof. I don't care about proof.
Evidence?
Yeah, evidence.
Explain to you. Want to like see 1% of God's like angels or something?
No, I want
Something you can see with your eyes?
one thing that can differentiate imagination from reality and show that it's real and isn't something that people just made up.
Sure. You can look at the Quran for an example. There's basically no other versions. The Qurat and Wash they don't count.
What's the
They
evidence?
don't actually change
I don't
anything.
care. What's the evidence?
The evidence is that a man he just couldn't write it. If you know what I mean.
What?
Do you wanna know why?
Couldn't write, you said?
He couldn't. A man possibly couldn't have wrote it. Even if he could write, he couldn't have wrote it.
Okay, how?
Well, firstly, it's just beyond the capabilities of any poet at the time.
It was literally
That's the
written by
first
a
thing.
guy, I think it was Al-Ghazali or whatever. No, who took all of the Qurans.
Uthman?
Yeah, Uthman, that's right. He literally wrote it.
No, there was actually, firstly, there was a book that was compiled by Abu Bakr. It was compiled during the Prophet, peace be upon him.
Well, he literally wrote
And,
it. So he got them all, burned them, wrote it. What's the problem?
well, no, he didn't write it. He standardized it.
Right.
He
He wrote it because all the different versions that had differences and weren't as elegant, he burned them, and then he kept the ones that were elegant and then made them more elegant so that they appeared special. But there's nothing about it that can't be written by a human. Like what do you think about the words in the Quran that can't be written by a human?
Sure. Firstly, it revolutionized, the Zeitgeist. Yeah, that's how you pronounce it, I think.
Zeitgeist.
It's basically,
But
Zeitgeist, yeah.
what is that?
It
That's humans do
revolutionized
that
the
all the
moral
time.
aspect.
Also happens all the time with human writings. So both of those happen with human writings.
I mean, sure, but if you really, the thing is, it just can't be coincidence after coincidence after coincidence
What?
after coincidence after coincidence. It's just too. Okay, let me just tell you. So I'm gonna give you an analogy. Okay, suppose I had 1 million letters or 2 million letters, let's say, in a bag, and suppose I threw this bag up, throwing the letters up. Would you bet your life on it magically aligning to be Shakespeare's Macbeth?
Given the current laws of physics, no.
Yeah, so
But
the chances are just like they're like absurd, you know?
yeah, but none of those apply to humans. Write books. Some of the books are interesting to people, so the probability of something like the Quran happening is extremely high, which is why there's so many religious books.
Explain how it is extremely high.
Lots and lots of people do writing. Religion is very influential, so lots and lots of people do religious writing. Some of them are going to be better than others. So the probability of you getting a holy book is very high. That is influential.
I mean, okay. Well, I can't really prove God to you then. That's the
I don't
thing.
want proof. I want evidence.
There's no evidence that God exists, if you know what I mean. It's proof that indicates it. If you know what I mean.
That's what evidence is something that indicates one thing is more true than another. That's what evidence is.
Well, sure, but I don't know, man. I'm gonna give you an analogy for God's existence, and surely you've heard all of them. Well, I'm just gonna give it a try anyways. Suppose you think that the Big Bang was infinite.
Nobody
infinitely.
thinks the Big Bang was infinite. You mean the universe?
Yeah, universe. Yeah.
Okay, yes. The universe infinite. Yes.
Okay. Suppose you had a line of dominoes. Yeah.
So this argument
And
only applies if time is causally sequential. Time doesn't need to be causally sequential. Most physicists don't think it's causally sequential, and so if you don't have time one causing time two causing time three, then you can have an infinite amount of times in both directions. And if there's some like outside thing that can select times, let's start at time 43, then there's no problem with having an infinite amount of times and starting at whatever time we're at.
so, what actually put the universe into motion?
Quantum physics.
It's infinite. Quantum physics?
Yeah.
So something came out of nothing.
No. Quantum physics is a something. Quantum fields were eternal. They always existed. They never didn't exist. They created everything.
Okay, well, we've exhausted all the cosmological arguments, so let's talk about atheism's impact on society and why, religion is needed, really.
Sure.
So, as an atheist, what moral ground or like what do you use for your morality? What's your morality?
Moral naturalism.
What does it rely on?
What does it rely on? I think subjective morality is a feature of the natural world.
Natural world.
Yeah.
So whatever you see animals doing, you replicate.
No.
It's just natural.
No, it's not what moral naturalism is. Moral naturalism is like there is objective morality. It's like a law of physics. It exists. It's nothing to do with animals.
Can you explain it? Oh, let me just search it.
I just did. Google moral naturalism.
Yeah, but still. Yeah. What's your morality? It's like
moral naturalism. That's the official name. Google it. It's on Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. It's called moral naturalism.
Okay, let's say naturalism. What does it forbid?
What?
If you're a naturalist.
It depends on which model you think is right. My model says that any involuntary imposition of will is immoral.
Any
involuntary imposition of will.
Okay. Done. I mean, I would argue really that naturalism is better than, worse than religion.
Evidence? Why do you think that?
Sure. I mean, atheists as a whole, there are statistics proving that they overall commit higher crime rate.
No, all the statistics shows the opposite. Like, if we look at the crime data of every developed nation, atheists have the lowest percentage of people relative to their population. Religious people have the highest percent of crime rate.
And I could link you a study right now.
Well, I could link you 50. Like, the consensus of all of the studies is that atheists commit less crime.
Let me just bring this up.
Like, I literally had a debate with R and Raw on this, defending the religious side, so I know all of these studies.
Surely you don't know this one. Look at the chart.
Well, I know all of the ones that are academically supported in the field.
Here's a present study that uses, the more people are or spiritual or religious, it like shows their rates. You know what I mean?
I know exactly the study you're talking about. It does not.
Explain.
because it has a criterion of like intrinsic and extrinsic religiosity of people who like truly believe or whatever versus people who say they believe or whatever. Religious people being religious doesn't in any way decrease the rate of crime relative to the prison population. So if you look at the prison population, the vast majority of them are religious. So we can say, hey, who's done crimes and gets caught? Oh, it's the religious people. Atheists make
Were
up
they
the
religious
lowest
during or
percent.
before? Sorry, were they first religious before they got locked up?
Yes.
Or did they become religious?
Only a small percent convert like that. It's not a big deal.
Because from what I hear, a lot of people become religious during imprisonment.
No, most of them are religious when they first go in.
I mean, we can debate logically here. Firstly, the existence of a figure that will judge you for, your actions. I think that is like a deterrent for crime, don't you think?
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah, and we see what's happening in the West right now.
What?
Obviously,
Less crime, less violence, more acceptance of LGBTQ and other minority groups. Like the West is morally improving faster than anywhere else.
well, no. I'll actually say, Singers was. Let me just figure out a way to phrase this the best way possible. Okay. As you can see in the West, you do have books
Yes, we have books.
for young
We have
kids.
books in the West.
Yes, books for young kids in public school libraries. Surely you've heard of this story.
No,
Um,
there are no.
okay.
I think you're talking
They
about
contain.
schools.
Yeah, schools. Yeah, public
Yeah,
school
so there are
libraries. Yeah.
some minority of schools that are stupid. Okay, that's not evidence of degeneracy. Because again, in Muslim societies, they cut people's hands off, throw gay people off rooftops, put people in prison for doing things that they don't like. That's books that are illicit in some 0.0001% of schools isn't as bad as Muslim society.
Well, I'd say Muslim society is much better.
Really? How many people were
Yeah.
thrown off a rooftop and put in prison for being gay in Muslim society last year?
Well, that's another thing. We can delve into why being gay is a poison to society.
So then you've just admitted that your society is worse. It's that simple.
Well, not really. I
It
mean,
is. It's that
obviously the
simple.
society is
I
supposed
mean, if
to
you're just going to
go
simply
away
like,
from poisons.
so it's definitively proven that being gay is natural. It's not immoral. And so if you think it is, you're just wrong. And so if you're trying to punish people for being gay, your society is definitively proven to be immoral.
What do you mean immoral? Which
Moral naturalism.
which source do you say?
Moral naturalism. Remember, we already went over this one. Google moral naturalism.
Naturalism. So basically, you okay?
We have an objective
Well, I
morality.
can't really debate anymore if I actually don't have. Yes.
We have an objective morality. It's better than yours.
Objective morality, according to.
What?
How do you have an objective morality?
Because it's based in reality and independent of in subjective mind.
How can something objective root from something subjective?
It can't. That's why theistic morality doesn't work.
Well, if God exists and He is a objective source of morality.
What does the word subjective mean?
What's subjective? It means it's not like fact.
No.
It changes over time, if you know what I
mean. No.
Subject.
Subjective means contingent on an individual. Mind, intuition, opinions. That's what subjective means. So if it's contingent on a God, it's subjective. To have an objective morality, it would have to be like a law of physics, like gravity. Then it would be objective because it would be independent of any subjective opinions.
Obviously, the one who created the laws that we already have in place would have its subjective mind.
No, that's still subjective. Subjective means contingent on any mind, any intuition, any feelings, any thoughts, any subject, any individual. If it's contingent on any individual, it's subjective. For it to be objective,
Alright,
it has
I'll
to
go
be
research
true,
tomorrow.
independent of any opinions, including God's.
I'll go research more on this naturalism. It's the first time I've actually heard of it.
All right.
Can't really debate more if that.
Yeah, so some
know
other
that shit
things
about naturalism.
that might interest you. Most philosophers, academic professional philosophers, are atheists. It's like 70-something%. And most academic philosophers are moral realists. That means they believe in objective morality. 65%. This is a poll called the Phil Surveys paper. They have one in 2020 and 2022. Both of them indicate this. So, yeah, most philosophers don't believe in a God, and most philosophers believe in objective morality without God.
Okay, I'll go research this. It's been a nice talk.
Yep, you too.
All right, goodbye.
Invite. What's up? And he left.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Not much. How are you?
All right, man. So just picking up on something you said to the last caller, about quantum fields. What do you think quantum fields are?
A physical force in physics.
No, I don't think that's correct, actually. They're not physical objects.
They are physical objects.
Actually, they're mathematical models that we use
to represent physical
to
objects.
describe.
They're physical objects.
They're not physical objects. In what sense do you think they're physical?
Everything is physical. I don't know what you mean. Like, in what sense? They exist. They are physical.
No, they consist conceptually because we use them as means to mathematically model the interaction between particles. They don't exist physically. So that's actually like a category error, right? Like we can use mathematics to describe things without going so far as saying like the underlying mathematical models physically exist. Those are two totally different claims.
So quantum fields are physical objects in my model. If you disagree, I don't really care. You can have a different model if you want.
Well, it's not your model.
It is my model. So
no, you could just like Google it and see if there's consensus that quantum fields are physical objects. They're not. They're mathematical models.
That's just currently in physics. We represent them as mathematical objects because we don't know what they would be made of. My model is going further than that and saying they are physical objects of a substance we haven't discovered yet. It's just that it. That's it.
Oh, okay. So you're just speculating then. I get it.
Sort of.
Right? Like you don't
have. I guess the consensus.
Like the way, like, I'm sorry.
That's the consensus is that they are physical objects.
No, it's not.
It is.
Wait, you just totally changed you just said in my model they are, and now you're going back to saying it is the case that there's consensus about it?
Yeah, so most physicists are materialists, they're naturalists. Everything is material and physical. I don't know.
No, wait a minute. Now you're just totally mixing things
No.
up.
The consensus in physics is materialism and naturalism. That's the.
Okay, but this isn't an issue about materialism or naturalism.
Literally is. So if most physicists who believe in quantum fields are materialists, that means quantum fields are material.
No, It
Yeah,
doesn't.
it means everything is
All
material. Everything.
materialism and naturalism means is like all naturalism means is there is no supernatural. All materialism means
No.
that there are no immaterial
It means,
objects.
everything
Right.
that exists is material. So
Exactly. But that doesn't mean
if something
that
exists, it's material.
no,
Yeah.
it doesn't.
That's
It
that's
doesn't
literally what it
mean
means.
that
Yeah.
if you're not making the claim that something exists as a material object,
What
it doesn't mean that it can't exist
if it
conceptually.
exists? It
Are you
is
saying that
material.
concepts are material objects?
Yes, they're literally things in your brain.
No,
Yes.
the interactions in our brain give rise
So
to
the consensus of
concepts.
every brain field is that a concept is a physical thing in your brain. In cognitive
It is a
science and philosophy,
representation
no,
of
it
a
is literally a
representation.
thing in your brain. That is the consensus in every single
You could
brain.
be a materialist and not make those claims. So you're
I
still
don't.
mixing up the issue. Like
The
you don't have to be
consensus
like a
is
super. You don't
in
have to
every
believe
one
in
of
a
those fields
supernatural.
that anything in your brain is a physical thing in your brain. That is the consensus in
It is
neurology
a
and cognitive
physical
science.
thing.
That's it.
Right. No, but again, that's still mixing up. Like just because something gives rise to some other thing doesn't mean that other thing is a
So
physical
this isn't a
object.
logical entailment argument. This is the consensus of people in the field is these are physical. All of the experts say these are physical. Whether you want to imagine them is not, I don't care.
They're not physical. There is no consensus, number one, that quantum fields created the universe.
Right. That's
There is no consensus about that because we don't have a unified theory
well, you don't need a
of
unified
quantum
theory.
mechanics and
You don't
relativity.
need a unified theory. That's not relevant at all. And the
Of
consensus
course
is
it is.
there isn't a consensus on what created the universe of any kind because we don't know what created the universe.
Okay, but you just said to the last caller that quantum fields did.
Yes, that's my model.
Okay. Well, what you're just saying is your model is just you making up an explanation.
That's what all models are. Thank you.
No, they're not. I mean, they are in the sense that, like, of course, they're hypotheses. So I'm not like criticizing you for that. But what I'm saying is, like, if you don't have anything to substantiate your model other than your backwards reasoning of your atheism, then you're just completely speculating. And there's no reason for anyone to have faith in that
Well,
epistemology.
you shouldn't have any faith in any epistemology. So the argument, his question was, what do I think caused the universe? Right now, the most supported thing is quantum fields caused the universe, or something like string
Yeah.
theory, multiverse. Those are all possibilities. That's fine. And I choose quantum field as a way to encapsulate all the different possible fields, models of physics. I don't care which one. It doesn't make a difference. Those are all more supported than a god. All of them. They're all more rational than a god. They're all better than a god in every way, because they are all built on things that have been demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination. That's all that matters.
Okay, well, actually, that's not correct empirically,
What
because
part of
string theory has absolutely zero empirical
string
evidence.
theory is a
supporting it.
combination of two things. It's a combination of early universe inflation from Goose, demonstrated by the predictions in the CMB, and is a combination of virtual particles demonstrated in the Casimir effect. Every part of string theory is something that has been demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination. This is true of everything in physics. Now, the whole
String theory as a whole.
I don't
and this
care
is
about
one
the
of the
whole. I
biggest
don't care about the whole. All of the
Oh,
parts
you only
of
care about the subparts?
all of the
What?
parts of the theory are combinations of principles and particles and laws that have been demonstrated to exist.
Okay.
So any theory,
How
stop. Any theory that each of the parts is something that has been demonstrated to exist is better than this is what you're allowed to do in physics. You're allowed to make any models which are combinations of these things, is better than adding in any gibberish that has not been demonstrated. Miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, supernatural, UFOs, omniscience, omnibenevolence, minds outside of space-time. All of that is equivalent to fairies, leprechauns, and Santa Claus. And so any model that includes those things is worse than like string theory, which I don't like string theory. I think it's stupid. I agree that the combination hasn't been demonstrated, but all of the parts have been. So that string theory is better than a god by a significant margin.
No, it's actually not. And
Okay.
please let me respond for a
Sure.
second. That's a composition fallacy. You know that you cannot extrapolate from parts to the whole, right? So that's a textbook composition fallacy.
No, it's not. So wait. How is that a composition fallacy? So a composition fallacy
Okay,
is saying
because
that you
what
infer.
you're saying,
you
like
infer.
some. So if I were to like come up, let's say
What
I
is
just
a composition
ran my theory.
fallacy? What is a composition fallacy?
The composition fallacy is when you extrapolate basically from the parts to the whole.
No, that's not a
Right,
composition
like
fallacy.
because something applies to the subparts, it applies to the
Right,
whole.
right. So just because
Right.
something applies to the parts doesn't necessarily mean it applies to the whole. That's correct. But if
Which you
all of the
just did.
parts are made of matter, then is the whole made of matter? Yes. Yes.
okay.
Yes. So it's only a composition
there-
fallacy to ensure that it's necessarily the case that this is.
It's
But-
not
but this is-
I agree with you. It's not a composition fallacy in all cases that the parts don't apply to the whole, but in some they do. And in your last example, they do.
Right. So my
Right,
argument
because-
is that things that have been demonstrated to exist, you can use these as parts in a model. Then you can put a label on that model. So there are parts in this model of the string theory, which are early universe inflation and vacuum states. And then they try to explain
it
these
doesn't
things.
matter. The what makes it string theory isn't that there's some part, because you could say that about any
You're
theory.
not understanding. You're not
Listen, if I were to
understanding.
come up with some hypothetical theory, I could then say, well, part of my theory is based on math, and math has been demonstrated, and your fairies and your blah, blah, doesn't have any demonstration, and
you're not
therefore
getting it.
my theory is better than your theory because my theory is based on mathematics, and that's been demonstrated.
You're not getting it. So in physics,
No.
you're not allowed to use magic, miracles, Santa Claus, fairies, none of those things. What you are allowed to use is math. And the equations you're allowed to use are very specific equations that have worked in the past. You can't just make up anything you want. So the things that you're allowed to use have to be represented by equations that have worked in the past and been demonstrated to work. And you can use these in different ways. They're little Lego pieces that you can use. You can't just make something up. And so the model that string theory is based on, the equations that it uses are all equations that have been demonstrated to exist. Every single one of them. None of them are made up. That's what matters. All of the parts are things that have been demonstrated to exist. God doesn't have an equation. God isn't using a physics model. None of the parts of God are things that have been demonstrated to exist, independent of our imagination. God is a Santa Claus fairy leprechaun. String theory is not. String theory is built on math that has been demonstrated to make predictions in our universe. Now, I agree the combination has not made predictions yet, which is why I don't accept it. But each of the parts that they use to build the model has been, which makes it better than a god.
Okay, well, this is a false dichotomy because that's not the argument I'm making.
It's not.
I'm not
it's not a
saying
dichotomy.
like God is some sort of like math equation and comparing it to which one is better, like the string theory model or the God model. That's a total false dichotomy. That's not what my argument was.
Well, this is my
What
argument.
I was saying is, in
saying
terms of its explanatory scope and power,
I don't care about either of those.
You were making the claim that string theory is a better
Yes.
explanation.
It's
and all I
better
was saying
because the
in response-
parts that it
I
uses have been
know,
demonstrated to
and that-
exist. So it has nothing to do with explanatory scope or explanatory
So
power. It's not
what?
relevant.
You don't judge the value of a physical model by saying there is mathematics. Look, it uses math. This model uses math.
Right.
Therefore,
The math.
this model
the math.
is better
The math
than
isn't the important part.
God is a metaphysical
I don't care. I don't care about the
hypothesis.
metaphysics. So in physics, you are not allowed in physics to use things that haven't been demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination, like as parts of your model. You can combine those parts in many different ways, like Lego pieces to build all kinds of crazy stuff. But you're only allowed to use the pieces that have been demonstrated in physics to exist. So, and this is because things people make
Actually,
up.
that's false.
No, it's not.
That's totally
it's not.
false. So I'll give you a perfect example. In Roger Penrose's
Dirac and Pauli
oscillating-
Dirac and Pauli made up equations, just literally made them up. And that was fine. They were not accepted until they made successful predictions. So you can make up whatever equations you want as long as it fits in with the math. I don't care. But you're not allowed to say, you could even make up leprechauns. You can say, I think a leprechaun did it. And if you make a successful prediction based off of that, that would then be accepted. It's never happened before, but you could do that. I'm fine with that. But when you're making a hypothesis, the ones that are accepted as rational in physics don't include leprechauns. So if you just made up a hypothesis of leprechauns and submitted a paper, they're going to say this is stupid. Now, if it successfully makes predictions, that's fine. Okay, fine. Great. That would be evidence. But when they're looking at rational hypotheses before we can successfully test them, the rational ones are the ones that are only combinations of principles, particles, and laws that we have demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination. You can add in whatever you want, leprechauns or fairies. Nobody thinks those are rational. They all think they're stupid. So string theory is better than a god because all of the parts of string theory have been demonstrated to exist in physics, which is why it's a legitimate theory in physics and not like God, which would be equivalent to saying leprechauns did it and trying to publish a paper saying leprechauns did it. Those would be like the God category of things, which are adding in parts that don't have any basis in physics, versus things that are only based in physics, which are the rational ones.
I think you're making a category error because you're comparing a physical theory or hypothesis like string theory to a metaphysical one,
That's
and then
irrelevant.
using the criteria. Then you're using the criteria that we use to evaluate physical theories and saying, look, under this criteria, string theory falls within this category and meets this standard, but the other hypothesis, God, which is a metaphysical theory, doesn't, which it never could because it's not a
Well,
physical
it
theory.
could absolutely mean that theory, but so this is a confusion that most theists make because they don't understand epistemology. The reason we use the standard is because people make stuff up all the time. Making stuff up is not a rational way to get to a conclusion. It fails all the time, and so making stuff up is not an accepted methodology when it comes to trying to make an explanation of anything. I don't care if it's metaphysical, physical, methodological, epistemological, potato-esque. Makes no difference. Making stuff up with no basis in reality isn't a justified reason to come to a conclusion. You need some basis in reality that's demonstrable to make it reach rational.
There is a basis in reality, and that doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that just saying like people can't make stuff up doesn't negate my point, which is that what you were just doing there is using like a total false dichotomy to say we have a model called string theory that falls within one category of epistemology, which we call physics, and then comparing it to metaphysical explanation.
That's irrelevant. This is a theist fallacy of stupid. That makes no difference. There's the category of metaphysics versus physics makes no difference. This applies to all forms of knowledge. Anything that has been demonstrated to exist is better explanation than things which are combinations of anything that has not been demonstrated to exist at any level. I don't care if it's metaphysics, I don't care if it's physics, I don't care if it's conceptual, any level, because for things that have not yet been demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination, it's most likely something in your imagination. You have made it up. And so when we've tried to apply this method of making stuff up to explain things, we get it wrong pretty much every single time. Whereas if we only use combinations of things in physics, that increases our probability to get things right significantly. So this is why these methods are considered rational, and the making stuff up method is not considered rational. So anytime you're just making stuff up with no basis in reality, that's dumb. You shouldn't do that.
Which is something you could say to any claim about something that was not yet demonstrated to exist until it was, right?
If it's not
prior to
something demonstrated, yeah.
But prior to that demonstration, so at any point in history, in terms of the history of our epistemology about the world, there were moments when we had not established that certain things existed, right?
Correct.
And then they were. Yep. But prior to that moment, according to you, totally worthless because they haven't been demonstrated.
No.
Yet.
So you can
Yes,
Tom.
Listen
Carefully. Listen carefully. So when you're making a hypothesis that doesn't make predictions, yes, you can't. You're not going to say leprechauns and have it be rational. No. But if you predicted, you can predict leprechauns if you want. And if you predict leprechauns and then you make some like specific novel prediction that we don't know anything about and you get it right, that is then evidence of leprechauns. And you can now use leprechauns in all of your theories because we have a basis of leprechauns. So for anything, you can posit anything you want. And if it makes novel, successful predictions, then it will become accepted in the field and you can use it as one of the pieces that has been demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination. And so that's fine. Wait. So you're confusing two different stages of the methodology. One stage is what is rational to make a hypothesis at this moment, only using things that we know exist. Now, if you want, you can go beyond that and say, I want to make up leprechauns. And that's perfectly fine, but it's not rational until you make novel predictions and then confirm those. So if you want to posit God and make novel predictions, that's totally fine. If you do it, you now have evidence, great. But currently at this stage, what is the best explanation of any phenomenon? You're only allowed to use pieces of things that have already been confirmed to exist. The best explanation isn't one that includes something that hasn't been verified yet. Now, after you verify it, then yes, then it would be a better explanation. But before it's been verified, it is not the best explanation. The best explanation is the combination of things that have been verified.
So what is the status of something that makes an explanation that hasn't been verified?
Hypothesis.
Okay, and what value does that have?
None until it's been verified.
False. That's actually false. Because absent the hypothesis, you can never get the verification. So you're saying something has zero value, but yet that the entire without that thing,
value doesn't
you would
value
never
doesn't
be
mean
able-
anything in that sentence. So if you're saying, is it possible for a hypothesis that hasn't been verified to be the best explanation? No, if it does includes parts that haven't been verified. So that would be no. It has no value as the best explanation if it has a part that hasn't been verified.
Okay. It does, depending on. Look, this is semantics, and
Yeah, you said value is of course semantics. You said the word value. Like value doesn't mean anything.
no, actually, value does mean something. It means the worth of something. Okay, it doesn't mean like value doesn't mean
Unless
like,
you
is
have
it
some
the
kind of
better
objective way to
explanation?
measure that.
That's not value. I've never heard of somebody defining value as is this the best
Right.
explanation?
I was
for
trying to
something?
tie this into the
No
previous
human being
conversation.
would
I
define
was
value
trying to
that
tie
way.
this into the previous conversation. So our previous conversation is
know.
which one has the
I know
most.
you were trying to tie it in so it fit into your argument, but it doesn't,
What
right?
other
Because if
meaning
something
of
has value,
do you mean here? So like we are asking which is the better
it's
explanation.
worth.
That doesn't
Does
mean
it have
anything.
worth?
That means nothing.
No, you're right.
So
If something doesn't have worth, because if it did have worth,
stop.
it would
Go back to the beginning. What did you ask? Is God better than quantum fields or string theory? Right. That's the question. We're trying to. It was a better explanation.
No. You were saying all I was doing, and I'm gonna have to run soon. Love talking to you, but I'm going out for Father's Day shortly. But you were the one making the comparison and saying string theory is the better explanation than God. Right?
Yes.
And I'm saying that's not how we should be looking at the issue. It's totally mixing up epistemology.
All right. So then this led to
Because
the if it has parts that we've been demonstrated to exist, it's better than one that doesn't. And that's true as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
And then you had something about value. I have no idea how your value statement is any relevant to this conversation.
Because the way you framed things is that like I think you were basically saying that like unless something has been demonstrated, like you were basically saying like it has like no value in terms of like leading us to truth.
Well, no, better
Right,
explanation.
and-
So it's what I'm saying is if it has parts which have not been demonstrated to exist yet, it is not a better explanation than one that is only made of parts that have been demonstrated to exist. I didn't say value at all here. Value is just irrelevant. So for any hypothesis that is a combination of only things that have been demonstrated to exist, it is a better explanation than one that adds things that has parts that have not been demonstrated to exist. So like what causes lightning, friction between particles is better than Thor. What causes gold, volcanoes or whatever, crushing planets, crushing pressure at the center of the core and then exploding, better than leprechauns. Anytime you add any properties of things that have not been demonstrated yet, that explanation is a worse explanation.
You're doing that because you said to the last caller that quantum fields were the cause of the universe.
Quantum fields are combinations of things that we know that exist.
Doing what you're. No, they do not exist as physical objects. They are mathematical.
They're physical
models
objects in my model. I don't care if you agree.
Well, it doesn't matter what your model is. It matters what's true. So, like, and no physicist says they are physical objects like particles. They're not.
They are, but that's irrelevant to the conversation. So you can believe that, you can disagree. I don't care.
What are they made of then?
Energy? I don't know.
No, you're just making stuff up, Tom.
They're physical. That's all that matters. Like
They're not.
quantum fields.
They're mathematical models.
Again, you don't understand physics. You don't understand physics. Most physicists are materialists. They think everything, all of the fundamental nature of reality is.
I know
physical.
that. You don't think I know that?
Yes.
That doesn't matter. You're mixing. That's just materialism is just a philosophy.
Right. And so if they are materialists,
right? So
the fundamental
their
nature of reality.
philosophical constraints does not change what something that they use as a mathematical model to describe reality. It doesn't turn that into
quantum
a physical
fields
object.
Are real and carry energy and have both calculable and measurable effects on light within the universe.
Exactly.
They're physical.
Real because they're models of reality.
No,
that makes them real.
You don't understand at all.
It doesn't make them a physical object.
If they carry energy, they're physical objects.
All we mean by fields are basically that in every point in space.
3 independent proofs. Quantum fields carry energy. They literally carry
because
energy.
of space-time. Because of space-time.
No,
You
space-time
were
is a
saying that-
result of quantum fields. It emerges from quantum fields. Quantum fields carry
No.
energy. That means they're physical.
Space-time. Quantum fields do not exist outside of space-time.
Yes, they do. Google emergent space-time.
Okay.
Emergent space-time.
Emergent space-time is a separate concept.
No, that's literally the same concept.
And it's
Space-time
first of all, it's not a
emerges
better
from
okay.
other things in the quantum field.
I have to run, but the reason my whole point, because I never got to make my point, is that it's not a better explanation than God, because you have no explanation from where the quantum fields come from.
That doesn't make a difference. It's all of the
It
parts.
does.
I can just say they're.
Your
I can say they're
entire
necessary. I can say
explanation-
they're necessary and uncreated. And
doesn't matter.
yes, I can. That does matter because now I've
You
made a
could just
hypothesis.
posit-
Yes.
all you're doing.
That's what you're
is
doing with
saying they're
God. All you're
necessary.
doing is making shit up. Now I can add a made up shit like necessary being to a quantum field, and that's still better than a God because the quantum field has been demonstrated to exist. God is made up of fairies and leprechauns and Santa Clauses. That's not as good as saying it's a thing that has been demonstrated to exist and just add the necessary quality to that. This one is still better than God.
Okay. The reason also that's false is because well, I mean, not you personally, not everyone, but many people experience God as a part of their reality. So
Yes,
there's no
many
distinction
people
from that
experience
point.
leprechauns. That doesn't mean leprechauns are a good explanation.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they
There's
don't.
literally a psychological condition talked about by a famous guy, Oliver Sacks, where people literally see leprechauns. It is an actual neurological condition where people see leprechauns.
Okay. But you just said that's a neurological
Yes,
condition.
so
and that's
is
not many
belief in
people.
God. And the psychological God
it's not.
experiences are the same delusion.
Okay, well, that's just an assertion.
That's the consensus in all of the fields of psychology and
The
neurology
point is
and
that,
cognitive
well,
science.
basically, you have no evidence to say that quantum fields are necessary.
True.
So all you're doing is working backwards from your atheism and saying, "Well, I need some explanation because I don't have one.
No.
I don't want to say
what
God."
I'm saying is that saying that the most fundamental thing we know about is the necessary thing is a better explanation than to say a completely made up thing with no basis in reality, like leprechauns or God, is a necessary thing. So that's the argument here. No, I don't believe in
but it
necessary
does have a
things. I don't
basis.
believe in necessary things. The point here is that a better explanation of the necessary thing is the most fundamental thing we know now is necessary, as opposed to making up a whole bunch of new random gibberish magic stuff and saying that's necessary.
Okay. Well, like, just because you label it as people making it up,
That's the consensus in all every scientific field.
Amongst, you mean all the atheists who are the majority of scientists?
Every
who formulate
scientific
the
field,
consensus?
every
What
single
are you
one,
talking
all of the
about?
papers, none of the papers.
Science is just a tool that we use.
All of the papers.
So you're making this
forget the paper, forget the method, forget the people. Of the things indicated by the evidence, God is not one of them.
That's actually because when you say by the evidence, you're making the classic mistake that atheists make, right? Which is one, assuming that the only things that are true are things that we have evidence for.
No, obviously not. Clearly, there are things that are true we don't have evidence for. The only things that are rational to believe are things we have evidence for.
But we have indirect and circumstantial evidence, which is also which applies to like your favorite subject, science, which uses abductive reasoning, and we have that for the God hypothesis.
You don't. This is
circumstantial,
the
indirect evidence. There's historical.
So this is the fundamental mistake theists make. All of the things that you think are evidence apply equally as well to fairies and leprechauns and Santa Claus, and justify those things equally as well. And the reason we atheists don't accept that as evidence is because we know those things don't count as evidence for leprechauns, as well as they don't count as evidence for God. But theists use their internal bias to exclude the fact that these other methods don't work for any of these other things, and then say this crappy evidence that doesn't work for leprechauns or fairies or God or Santa Claus, well, it does work for my God. And they don't see the obvious philosophical problem there, that if it doesn't work for anything else, then it doesn't work for yours either. And that's why we don't use that method at all in science. And we use the methods that do work, which exclude all of those things.
You're going back to talking about science again, and
the
point about leprechauns and all these things. It doesn't matter what label, like the fact that we use the letters God is not obviously
right.
what
I'm
makes
critiquing,
that
I'm critiquing the properties that it's made of, not the name.
Yeah, and those properties are nowhere near comparable to fictional characters that we know we created on planet
Literally,
Earth.
all of them are that non-physical mind outside of space-time that created the universe, that has intentions and desires for us, and is omniscient and omnipotent and omnibenevolent, and does intentions and makes people rise from the dead and floods the world. They're literally all that.
Well, that's the subject of the debate, right?
Well, if you want to change the properties of God, that would be great.
Well, God is not a fictional character. I mean, you think he is, but like I don't.
All of his
so,
properties
like, that's
he shares with other fictional characters. All of the evidence that all of the methods of evidence to indicate him work for all of the other fictional characters. So yeah, he's a fictional character.
no. Well, like I just said, one major one is that he doesn't share the property that we know that we created him as a
That's not a
fictional
property.
character.
That's not a property.
Of course it is.
Pro-
So, like,
properties-
God
properties-
has the same properties as Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes is an invented
that's
character.
not a property.
We
A
know
property-
that he's
oh.
fictional.
A property
We
is
know
of
these other
existing
characters
things.
are fictional.
Property is an existing.
We know these
Stop!
other
Stop! Stop!
characters are
Stop! Stop!
fictional.
Properties are of existing things. The qualities that make up the existing thing. Sherlock Holmes doesn't exist. Sherlock Holmes doesn't have any properties. So if God has properties, we assume God exists. What properties would God need to have? Omniscience, omnibenevolence, outside of space-time, a mind outside of space-time. Those are properties. Saying that
You're saying
what
Santa
we know
Claus and the leprechauns have those properties?
if they
What are you
existed.
talking about?
No, there's lots of the gods.
all
Lots
right.
of the
Anyway,
made-up
dude,
gods
listen,
have
I got
those properties.
I'm going to be late for my Father's Day event. Anyway, good talking to you, but I'll call in next week.
Yep. See you.
Later, dude.
Hey, T-Jump. Are you a fan? I've got like two super quick questions. Are you a fan of Quine's indispensability argument
I don't know.
for mathematical realism?
Probably not. No.
Do you like engage with mathematical realism? Do you have any like counters?
I have many times. I think that like the first sentence of the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy for logic, math and logic are languages that entail a form of semantics and some formal system, blah, blah, blah. They're just languages.
Okay, thanks. And the other like silly question I have is Rob Kuhn still the most intelligent person you've ever spoken to?
Possibly. He was definitely up there.
Okay, cool. Yeah, those are two amazing videos. Okay, thank you so much.
Yep. Anybody else? Hey guys, just wanted to give you an update. The dumbasses at YouTube still have not given me back my monetization because my debates were uploaded on other channels first. So even though they're of me with my content that I own, they're reused content. And under that policy, your entire channel gets demonetized if you're using reused content. So YouTube are dumbasses. Please support me here at my PayPal link, bit.ly/TomJump. It's case sensitive, so capital T, capital J. If you can, I'd really appreciate your support to make up for the idiots at YouTube. Thanks. All right, could you say that again? You said you think I'm making a mistake by trying to explain the physical universe with physical things?
Yes, you are trying to use the mechanism to explain what we try to explain being the same as the thing that we try to explain, but what we try to explain has to have a separate
It's a composition division fallacy on Tangelo.
cause.
Does God need to have a separate
you-
explanation from God?
Well, something just is and doesn't have an explanation.
Right. So you don't.
Whatever
Wait.
it is, because-
Remember, on Tangelo, your initial argument is that I'm making a mistake trying to explain the physical world by using physical stuff, and then You just
Right.
admitted that there are cases where you have to use the thing to explain the thing, right?
Well, something just
Right,
is, which we don't have
right.
an
So it's
explanation
not a
for.
mistake to try to use the thing to explain the thing. That's not inherently a mistake.
Well, you can say that the physical world just is and has no explanation.
Right. That's well, it just is. Yeah. That's usually the consensus view of science. Yeah. Just like what you think
Well,
God is, but without the extraneous
I
things that have no
think,
evidence. Yes.
well, no, I would say that science doesn't have any explanation in regards of the metaphysical or about what explains the physical. This is a philosophical
Right. So that's
conversation,
different. So we're
right?
saying the physical world is all it is. The physical world explains itself, just like you think God explains itself. Difference is that we have evidence of the physical world. You have no evidence of God. So it's not a
Uh,
mistake to use the physical
well,
world to explain the physical world, because if that was a mistake, then it would be a mistake to use God to explain God. So you're right that there's going to be some fundamental thing that exists, and we think it's the thing that we see around us, the physical world. So we should probably use that as the basis to explain the physical world without positing something else outside of that that has no evidence yet. So like imagine we were living inside of God and we could like speak to him and say, "Hey God, what's up?" And he's just up above us. Now and you said, "You know what? I think God explains God. God is the most fundamental thing. God's what we see all around us. God is what makes up everything we see around us." And so God's probably the most fundamental thing. And imagine I came to you and said, "Well, I think your fundamental problem is that you're trying to use God to explain God and not just assuming there's something outside of him for no reason." Does that make sense to you, Antangelo? Would you think that's a compelling argument?
would have to start asking ourselves if the universe and the physical can just exist eternally without a cause. That would be another topic and another discussion.
Right. But sticking with your first comment that it's a problem to think that the physical caused the physical or whatever. If we lived inside of God, and we know God, we see him, we talk to him, and you think God caused God, and I say that's a problem. I think you've made a mistake on Tangelo, and the mistake you have made is that you're trying to use God to explain God without assuming there is another thing that we've never seen and never talked about and never seen any evidence of that caused God. Does that sound like a good argument? Or do you think
Well,
the
the
better position
axiom
is
is,
do you think the better position is that the thing that we're in, the God, caused itself, that's the eternal thing, and that's a better thing to do is to say God exists than to say there's this other thing outside of God we've never seen before and it created God?
well, something must have always existed because otherwise we wouldn't be here,
Angelo,
right?
the question is, imagine we live inside of God. We literally talk to him every day. We literally see him inside of God. Is the better logical position that God has always existed and is the fundamental thing, or that there is something else that we've never seen before and has no evidence that created God? Which one of those two is the more rational position?
Well, if we would live inside of God, then we would know God's nature. And then we
No,
would know if that God
no.
would have always existed or if
We
he
don't
had a
know God's
beginning.
nature. Until we don't know God's nature. We just live inside of him and say hi to him every day, and that's it. So God, we live inside of God. We talk to him. We don't know anything about his nature. We don't care about his nature. What's the better explanation? That God, the thing that we're in that fundamentally creates everything around us, is the ultimate thing? Or is it a better explanation to posit some new leprechaun? Let's say the magical leprechaun, which has no evidence, created God. Which is the better explanation?
I would ask him, and he would tell
No,
me
no, no.
what
God's
it
busy. He's
is.
drinking coffee. This is just between you and me,
Yeah.
Antangelo. So, which the better explanation? Is it better explanation to say the fundamental thing that we see around us that makes up everything is the basis of reality, or to make up a new thing that has no evidence outside of all of the stuff we see around us and say it caused everything? Which is the better explanation?
Well, the thing is that we live inside this
There's
universe.
this is like a yes or no question, Antangelo. Which is the better explanation? The thing that we see all around us that makes up everything is the fundamental thing, or posit some new thing with no evidence that is the fundamental thing? Which is the better explanation?
Well, you just claim there is no evidence, but that has to be substantiated.
Right. So take my hypothetical at face values. There's no evidence. So what's a better explanation? The thing that is around us, everything we see around us, is the fundamental thing, or something else that has no evidence is being posited and it's the fundamental thing. Which of those two options is the better option?
It depends, Tom. I
What?
cannot just say this or that. It depends on the nature of that thing. We are making a distinction between the
Suppose we don't know
physical,
the
which
nature.
is in
Suppose we don't
time,
know if the fundamental
and
so intangible. Suppose we don't know if the nature around us is the necessary being or if it's contingent. We don't know. We just know it's there. Is it a better explanation to say this is the most fundamental thing is the stuff around us, which we don't know yet, or a completely new thing we have no evidence of?
I think this is not a good question.
It's a very
Tichon.
good question. Like anyone who's rational is going to answer this really
No.
easily. It's the stuff that we see around us is the most basic thing in the universe because we have evidence it exists, and to posit some other thing we have no evidence for is dumb. We shouldn't do that. That's never the rational answer. It's always wrong to do that. It's very easy question on Tangelo. So if of all of the stuff we see around us, it's fundamentally all material or God, either one, don't care. And we have evidence of that this thing exists, and we have no evidence of a different thing outside of it, the rational conclusion is that this thing is the fundamental thing.
I would say it this way, Tom. What is the path to the cause. So we can look
That makes
around
zero
us and
sense.
we can. No, it makes perfect sense.
What is the path
Because
to the
we
cause?
can.
That literally is an
I'm-
incoherent
I'm-
sentence.
No, I'll try to explain to you if you don't interrupt me. We can look around us about all the variegated phenomena which make and constitute this physical world, and we are trying to make sense of it. We try to explain the origin of all these things. And we have two basic competing hypotheses. In one of the hypotheses, there is one main ingredient, which is intelligence, and in the other is not. Now, you talk all the time about making predictable hypotheses and scientific experiments where we hypothesize something and then test it, okay? So if I am making a prediction that non-intelligence makes these phenomena which we observe in the nature, and we go nowhere with that hypothesis, and it isn't confirmed that non-intelligence can create certain features like codes, languages, information.
Wait. You started with you were going to make a
machine, and so
prediction,
forth.
and then you said, "Here's a different hypothesis that makes predictions that aren't correct." So what is the prediction you're making?
I'm making the prediction that the instantiation of languages, codes, data, information transmission systems, machines, and factories can be instantiated and created by a non-intelligent, non-guided
It's
mechanism.
not a prediction. Saying
And
something
that-
can't be done by something else isn't a prediction.
Okay, I make the prediction that it can be instantiated by a non-intelligent causal mechanism.
Okay, gotcha.
And that prediction is not confirmed.
Okay.
Where do you go from there?
You make a different hypothesis with more predictions. Like
Or you
you
can
can
make,
so
or you can
just
make,
so
or-
wait one second. I wanted to
let me
explain a
emphasize.
little bit more about your question. So if you have a hypothesis that makes predictions and the predictions are never confirmed, that isn't evidence for or against anything. It's nothing.
Okay, but I can change my prediction, and rather than continue making predictions without intelligence, make one where I say I put the ingredient intelligence in that prediction. And I say, I predict that intelligence can instantiate and create all these things which
That's
I
not a
mentioned
prediction. We already
before.
know that. So that's post hoc.
Right. So if we already know that, we don't even need to make a prediction because we have already confirmed evidence that intelligence can instantiate all these things.
Right.
While on the other hand, the predictions that claims that non-intelligence can do it has never been confirmed. So we have on the one side intelligence which can instantiate these things, and on the other side, predictions, scientific predictions, which have not been confirmed. So which of the two then is the more plausible explanation?
Well, you see, now watch this. I'm going to be an honest debater and actually answer your question because like this is how you do it. Show you how to Angela, how to honestly, intellectually engage in a conversation. So if we had no evidence of if there was a model that non-intelligence could do something, but and it made predictions that were never confirmed, and there was evidence that we already had that intelligence could do it, then it would be more rational to believe the intelligence could do it. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. We agree on that. And that's exactly what we see in the natural world.
No.
Abiogenesis is a failed scientific field which has not confirmed that inanimated matter can instantiate a living cell with all these things which I just described.
No, well, this is the part you're just ignorant of basic science. As I tried to explain to you multiple times before, abiogenesis makes many successful novel predictions of the field, none of which have ever been made based on intelligence. So, like, has intelligence ever predicted any kind of relationship of RNA forming corpuscles on clay? Nope, never happened. No intelligent model ever predicted that. You know what model did? Abiogenesis model did. And I gave you a list of papers of predictions that were made. Like, I think it was RNA being able to form without codons or something, or reproduce without codons or something. That was a prediction made by abiogenesis 10 years before it was discovered to be true by abiogenesis research. So that's a novel prediction, something we don't know yet, confirmed by the hypothesis. That's real evidence. Now, that's never happened on the intelligent design front, never. Now, we know intelligence can do languages and stuff. Great. Now, try to use that to make a prediction about origin of life or something, and you've made zero predictions. None. Zero. Now, I agree that post-hocking things that, like, we see intelligence doing language post hoc, that's fine. So you think DNA is a language, and so you think that DNA was done by intelligence. Perfectly fine. Now use that to make a prediction about something new. And if you can't, but the other theory can, the other theory is now better than your theory. So first, before we do any research, we do no research in abiogenesis. Your theory is better. We see intelligence. Intelligence makes languages. DNA looks like a language. Therefore, DNA is made by intelligence. Yours has the advantage. Okay. Now we say we have a different model. Abiogenesis did it. Had nothing to do with intelligence. And we're going to make predictions that RNA can form on clay, that RNA can reproduce without codons. And this is not something predicted by anything else. This is a novel prediction. And we discovered these to be true. That is now evidence that supersedes the past stuff that we know about language and says abiogenesis has made novel predictions about the future, which it got right, which is better than post hoc arguments from analogies, which is why nobody in the field accepts intelligent design. It's a pseudoscience, and everybody thinks abiogenesis is the consensus view in science.
Well, I think there is a fundamental problem with naturalism. That is that if you have even a codon, if you try to explain the origin of codons, they have no function unless you have a ribosome which actually makes the translation.
This is the caterpillar argument. This is the caterpillar argument. It makes no difference. It does have a function. It can do other things. There you go. Problem solved. It can do lots of other. It can have arbitrarily different functions, like feeding something else.
You're just making an answer up now. What other functions does codons have?
It can have any function. As long as it causes any kind of motion or energy transfer of any kind, that motion and energy transfer can be beneficial in any number of ways. So when you make the assumption it has no other function, you're simply wrong. It has many other possible functions.
Is there evidence?
Yes, energy transfer. Any energy transfer that it does can be a function of a different thing.
It has absolutely nothing to do with codon words.
But everything is energy transfer.
Nothing.
What are you talking about?
I am talking about that languages and information is not physical.
It is physical.
Mental.
It's literally the DNA is physical. It's a physical pattern.
Okay, so is the assignment of meaning of a, let's suppose,
yes, that's also physical. In the DNA, it's also physical. The assignment of the meaning of the patterns of the ATCG is a physical relationship that is physically read by a physical codon that physically then transfers that information to a physical medium. It's all physical.
My question is if meaning assignment
There
is
is no
something
meaning
which is
assignment in any of the
always.
DNA. There's no meaning assignment.
Oh yes, there
None.
is. Yes,
None.
there is.
There's no meaning assignment.
The codon AUG is assigned to stop. It instructs the ribosome to stop the translation process.
There's no
when
meaning
the
there. It just does. When it hits
AUG
those things, it does stop. It was not a meaning that it then read. That is a result of evolution that caused that. There was no meaning in that.
Actually,
It's like if a rock
actually
hits
it
the ground,
does.
it stops. Was there meaning in that?
Yeah.
No. There was no meaning.
You have
The
a
rock didn't like
fundamental.
read the ground and be like, I'm going to stop now. It said, oh, look, gravity hits the object and then stops. Physical relationships don't have meaning.
What is the function of the genetic code, Tom?
The function, it does stuff.
What does it do?
It interacts with physics. It operates in a physical way using the laws of physics and responds like rocks.
How does it do that?
It's forced by the laws of physics to operate physically, just like rocks.
No.
Yes,
No.
that is literally correct.
What is the genetic code?
It's physical objects, bunch of physical objects.
No.
Yes.
No, you don't
Yes,
understand
it
what
is.
it is.
How is that wrong?
Okay, Google it. Google it.
Wait,
Google
wait.
it. Google
Tell me a
genetic
scientist that's going to disagree
Give
that
me
the
the answer.
genetic code is a bunch of
Give
physical
me-
objects.
Give me just the answer of Wikipedia of the genetic code. You just can Google it and then you give me what's the answer. Or you
Well,
can
I'm
ask
giving you the answer.
ChatGPT.
Do you think Wikipedia, anybody on Wikipedia is going to disagree that the genetic code is a physical object?
Yes.
Wait, what?
It's not.
Wait, what?
Yes.
What?
it's not.
What?
The genetic code is not a physical
What?
object. Exactly what I just told you. In the same sense as a word is not a physical object.
Wait. So ATCG, those aren't physical objects. The pattern's not physical.
You are conflating the hardware with the software. The nucleotides,
There is no
they are the
software.
hardware.
There is no
The
software.
nucleotides, well, so what is the distinction between the paper and ink and the words that you write on it? Is there a distinction? What is the distinction between hardware and software?
There isn't any.
No,
No, the software is physical objects. They're all physical objects.
no, that's the hardware. What is the difference between
Software
a
is
computer
also physical objects.
program?
They're physical
what,
things
Tom,
that
So
connect.
Tom, what is the difference between the hard disk and the software stored in the hard disk? What is the difference?
There isn't. They're both the same physical object. They are the same physical
No.
object.
No, so I can give you a CD full with bits, just disordered bits.
Untangelo,
and I can
you're not
give you
addressing anything I said.
another
I said
CD.
they are physical objects that are physical
trying
systems that
to
are interacting based
explain
on the
to
laws of
you.
physics.
I am trying to explain to you why you are wrong. And if you interrupt me, I will not be able to do that.
So how am I wrong that they are physical objects that operate under physical systems based off the laws of physics? How is that wrong?
Okay. Is the project to construct a house? Is that the
Wait, you're
product
not
of the
addressing
mind
anything I've
or-
said. Are they physical objects? Yes. Yes or no? Yes or no? Are they physical objects?
Yes.
Do they
Now
operate under
try
the
to
laws of
understand-
physics?
Well, let me try to
Untangelo,
explain you.
you're
and
not.
if
You said I'm
listen-
wrong. You need to address what I've said. Are they physical objects? You said yes. So I'm right about that one. Totally correct. Do they operate under the laws of physics?
Project does not.
I'm talking about codons and DNA.
Listen, a project.
I
is not the product
didn't
of
say
the
anything
laws
about a
of
project.
physics.
I don't care. If you're saying I'm wrong, you have to address what I said. I said DNA is a physical object that operates under the laws of physics. Am I correct about those two things, Antangelo?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not wrong. That's
Yes, you're wrong.
how.
Because you don't listen and you don't understand what I am trying
Okay.
to explain to you.
Next. All right, graph theory. What's up?
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me fine? Cool. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the mathematical realism thing the guy before Antangelo talked to you about.
Sure.
So, are you familiar with the three theories of truth?
Correspondence, coherence, and foundationalism.
I think the last one's like pragmaticism, like whatever works for you is useful. That's what's true.
I don't think so, but go ahead.
Yeah, I assume that you're a correspondence person. That's like the most basic.
Yep.
So I want to make the argument that coherence is a better definition of truth, and it's sort of entailed within correspondence.
That doesn't make sense, but okay.
Maybe I'm thinking too abstractly, but coherence theory of truth just says anything that's without contradictions is true. Would you agree with that?
No. I mean, I agree that's the definition. I don't agree that's a good theory of truth.
Okay, but would you agree that correspondence theory says that if you have a model in your head and it matches reality, then that's basically what truth
Yep.
is? So when we find a contradiction between our model and reality, then that's how we find out something's false,
Yep.
right? So isn't that coherence theory right there, that we're looking for the contradiction?
No, because in coherence theory, it's based off of a connection between a whole bunch of different ideas, right?
Yeah, I don't really understand what you mean by that. I'm just thinking abstractly. There is a search, we're searching for contradiction and we find it. You know, it's kind of the same thing. I'm drawing a similarity.
Well, so
between
the
those two.
coherence theory of truth is that truth is anything that like it consists in coherence of some specified set of propositions or something.
Okay.
This, like, if you just go to the coherence theory of truth philosophy stanford.edu truth coherence, the very first sentence, or the second sentence, because the coherence theory differs from its principal competitor, the correspondence theory of truth, in two essential respects. The competing theories give conflicting accounts of the relation that propositions bear to the truth conditions.
Okay. I mean, I got you. So I guess I'm just not getting it.
The two theories give conflicting accounts of truth conditions. According to the coherence theory, the truth conditions of a proposition consist of in other propositions. The correspondence theory, in contrast, states that the truth conditions of propositions are not in general propositions, but rather objective features of the world.
Yeah, so isn't truth like in a feature of the world, let's say?
No.
Something. You don't think so?
No, like is the table true?
Yeah, I would argue that yes, it is true.
What does it mean if I say the table is true? What does that mean?
Well, I guess you would like put it into an equation, right? Like make an equation out of it?
No. Like if I said the table exists, that sentence would be true. But the table,
Right.
the
So
table
for
doesn't
coherence,
entail any property of truth. Like there's no
right.
like property
This is
of
exactly
truth
what I
in
want
the
to talk
table.
about.
Okay.
So, like, imagine this. Let's say we make an equation out of the table thing. So we have the past state of the universe plus the laws of physics equals the current state of the universe. So that's an equation, right?
I guess.
Yeah, and so in that sense, the table's part of that last, equal sign. It's on the other side of the equal sign.
That doesn't make sense. So what do you mean by true?
As a coherence person, I combine truth and existence into one. That's the whole mathematical realism thing.
That doesn't make sense. So when I say like,
okay,
so like, let's compare the two models real quick. So I say the sentence, the table is true, does not make sense. It's not a coherent sentence. The sentence, the table exists, is true, and that makes sense. So like if I say the sentence, the table is true, does that sentence correspond to reality? Or the table exists. Does that sentence correspond to reality? Yes, it does. Therefore, the sentence is true. There is no such thing as a true table. But you're saying there is. There is such a thing as a true table.
Yeah, the true table is the one right in front of you, the one you're looking at, right?
That doesn't make sense. How is that a true? What is the false table? What is a false table?
False table is the one that's not there. Your claim is there and it's not there.
No, but what quality makes it a true versus a false table?
What quality makes it true? I guess, like, if you're imagining a table that's not there, that would make it false, right?
Like, so that it exists in reality? Is that the quality?
Yeah, I think so.
And that-
I think
and that
it's
would
like a
be-
physical object, right?
There's a word for that. There's a model for that. It's called the correspondence theory of truth.
Right, but that the coherence theory says the same thing.
No. The coherence theory says that something is true if it coheres with other propositions that you agree on as a set of base propositions in your brain.
So I guess I could go at this from one other angle. If the equation thing of the past state of the universe plus laws of physics equals the current state of the universe doesn't work for you, do you think reality has any contradictions within it?
Maybe. I'm not a dialetheist or a para-consistent logic, so I don't think so, but it's possible.
You think, all right, well, from a coherence theory point of view, there are no contradictions in reality. There are none.
Okay. I don't care.
I guess at that point, yeah, we could stop there and just say that's the difference between our worldview.
No, like
right?
there in many correspondence theories, there's no logical contradiction. Like that's fine too. Like if you think standard logic is true, there's no logical contradictions in correspondence theory.
No, I just heard you say that there could be contradictions in reality.
Sure. Like I'm perfectly fine with saying that paraconsistent logic might be true. I don't know. But that has nothing to do with my theory of truth. Like I would say that's the case in any theory of truth.
I mean, I would think that any theory of truth would try to get rid of all contradictions, because it seems to me like the fundamental thing about something being true is whether or not there are contradictions.
Maybe that's a good way to approach it. So like, I don't care whether or not there's contradictions. Contradictions seem to be like something that doesn't make sense to us in our brain in some sense. Whether reality actually has them could be independent of whether they make sense to us intellectually or not. Our brains may simply be incapable of understanding the relation of properties in such a way that can correspond to reality. I don't care. And that's fine. Doesn't bother me one way or the other. I can just grant under correspondence theory there are no logical contradictions. Like whether or not you grant logical contradictions has nothing to do with a theory of truth. That I guess paraconsistent logic versus and dialetheistic logic. Those are forms of logic, not forms of truth.
I've read a little bit about paraconsistent logic, that it's sort of like it's true in one way but not in another way. Is that kind of
Paraconsistent
am I on the
logic
right
is
track?
a system of logic that entails at least one true contradiction. Dialetheism is that there are lots of them.
All right. That's it for me then. I'm good. Thanks for talking to me.
Yep. 1 second. I'm going to get a drink. I'll be back in 1 minute. Hey guys, just wanted to give you an update. The dumbasses at YouTube still have not given me back my monetization because my debates were uploaded on other channels first. So even though they're of me with my content that I own, they're reused content. And under that policy, your entire channel gets demonetized if you're using reused content. So YouTuber dumbasses, please support me here at my PayPal link, bit.ly/TomJump. It's case sensitive, so capital T, capital J. If you can, I really appreciate your support to make up for the idiots at YouTube. Thanks. Okay, I'm back. NSNG, what's up?
Hi, I have a few questions, if that's okay.
Okay.
Do we still hold that the belief that I exist is the only certain knowledge?
Sure.
What about the belief I don't know everything? How could I be wrong and believe that?
You could probably, like, depending on the category of I could entail greater than your current conscious experience or something, and so you may know it, you just aren't aware of the fact that you know it.
Well, if I'm not aware, then I couldn't
Well, it depends
But
on
there
the
would be something I don't know, right?
no, it depends on your entailments of how you define no and how you define I. So depending on what the truth conditions is of no and the truth conditions of I, maybe knowledge doesn't entail anything you're currently presently conscious of. It could entail things you're subconsciously aware of, and so you could subconsciously aware of it, and so you do know it. You're just not recognizing you know it, and so you couldn't say that. Also, you could say that there are more things about the meanings of those words and how they correspond to reality that you may not be aware of. So, like that would be the first way to say that you may know everything, even though you're unaware of it.
Okay. For your moral theory, I think you arbitrarily value present will over future will.
What?
So like an example would be, like, let's say I know and you know that what you value is time with hot blondes, and then you are presented the option, spend the next day with hot blondes and then never again, or the opposite, and you're short-sighted and choose the option that you spend time with a hot blonde the next day, but then never again. And now I know you value hot blondes, and then I force you to pick the second option to wait 1 day. It seems intuitively better to force you than to let you make the choice because you're just short-sighted.
It didn't make a lot of sense. So my Marvel doesn't care about future, past tense. That's up to you. You get to decide in your universe which one you prioritize.
Yeah, but let's say we're not in the best possible worlds, but you are presented with this choice, and me forcing the second choice seems intuitively better for you. But you pick the worst choice because you're short-sighted and can't estimate.
Well, the morality has nothing to do
consequences
with
of your
the
choice.
optimization of happiness. Like you can choose to not be perfectly happy, or you can choose things that don't get you the greatest amount of happiness. Like morality isn't things that optimize your happiness.
Yeah, according to your model, that is what I mean. I think it's a counterexample, like an intuitive counterexample.
Well, my model is that you have the right to choose for yourself what happens to you. It's consent based, whether it's good, bad, happy, unhappy. I don't care. You choose.
Wait, what is moral means what is good, right, or not?
Depends on how you're defining good here. So, like, yes, I think good and moral are essentially synonymous, but it doesn't mean being happy. Being happy isn't necessarily good.
Okay. On the prediction thing, is it not better for a prediction to be coherent and related? Like, if there's a physicist who makes predictions but bases it on I don't know, leprechauns, and he gets it right, isn't it better if he had a mechanistic explanation also? Like if Einstein predicted the curvature around the sun, but didn't give an explanation, like a physical explanation, but just said leprechauns did it or something like that, he would make a successful prediction, but it wouldn't be as good as a prediction which explains beforehand why that would be the case.
So like if you had two theories that both made predictions, one was a combination of known things, one was adding extra things, and they both were right, then yeah, we would prefer the one that's the combination of known things. And that's fine.
Also, you said, according to your theory, we will see with advancing technology more impositions on will as immoral.
Yep.
So how can it be that you, as a human, now see every involuntary imposition on will as immoral if we're not at the highest of the technology states?
Well, I'm not the culture. Like individuals in the culture are going to vary.
Okay, so it's more like a majority thing.
Yeah, the view is that the majority of people, society will begin to see more impositions of will as a moral as society continues to evolve.
One last thing, you said if someone has a tumor in their brain, they're not able to consent, and they need a rational brain state to consent. What is this rational brain state?
Leave that up to the experts in neurology. I don't know.
Yeah, but maybe it's not only a neurology question, but also a philosophical question.
I don't think so. Or like, if you're asking what is the rational capabilities required for something to be a rational brain state, maybe. Like again, I don't know.
Like it has to. You're assuming this rational brain state exists, but
Sure.
maybe there is no such a thing. Maybe it's just a spectrum of.
Well, I seem to be in a rational state as far as I can tell, so I'm happy with that.
Okay, thank you for answering questions.
Hey, how's it going?
Right.
So you stated earlier that software is a physical application or a physical thing. Can you provide me with a Discord app that's physical?
They're all physical. They're all physically stored on a physical system.
Physically stored. So, like I said, can you provide me with a physical Discord application?
All of them. They're all of them are physical.
You're not. How would I access this physical Discord application? Is what I'm asking.
You download it and you copy its physical pattern onto your physical hard drive.
That would be the instructions onto the hard drive, and then the hard drive would be the physical component.
That is the app. The app is the physical pattern of those things. That's the app.
No, those are the instructions. Those aren't a physical thing.
They are physical.
They're written down into the hardware, but they're not a physical.
That's the same thing.
Manifestation.
So literally, it's a physical pattern in a physical. Yep.
Not necessarily. I would disagree entirely upon that. Like I said, I mean, if you want to provide me with an example of physical
I did
software,
literally all of them. So I've answered that question multiple times. I've corrected you multiple times. All apps on Discord are physical systems in a physical computer, which you then copy onto your physical hard drive, which then physically run the pattern.
The entirety of computer science would disagree with that statement.
No, they would all agree.
If you were to look it up right now and say, is software physical or not, it'd be incorrect. You'd be incorrect on that. Software is a non-physical thing. Hardware is the physical.
It's entirely physical. It's saved in different states, whether it's a mental state or a physical state in a hard drive. It's a physical state, but it's still physical. So I think you just aren't aware of how computer science.
It's an instruction.
I just think you're just ignorant of how
compute.
Computer science matches into the physical world in general. I just don't think you understand the relationship between those two things. So software is a pattern, like it's like a language that we made up, but that language exists in your brain. English exists in your brain. English is a physical thing in your brain.
You're saying your thoughts are a physical reality.
Yes.
That we can measure your thoughts, not the electromagnetism that's going on inside your brain.
Thoughts can literally be weighed. Yes, Google it.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that.
Google it,
but
right now.
Have a great rest of your day.
Google it. Can weight of thoughts.
Yeah, sure.
Google.
Sure. Weight of thoughts. I'm only seeing theoretical, thought-provoking sculpture. Weightofthought.com. Is that what you're referring to?
No.
I'm not seeing it. I'm only seeing a sculpture of some sort.
How
That's
much
not really
does a
helping me.
thought weigh? Question mark.
Sure. Are you PBS? I'm assuming is what you're referring to.
Probably a pretty good one.
Okay, let me go to that. It's an entire video. So you just give me the answer. I'll believe you.
It's all thoughts have mass and energy. They're made of mass and energy. They have weight. Yes.
Okay.
Anybody else? Questions, comments? Anybody else got questions, comments, God, philosophy, morality, politics? Probably not politics. I don't really care about politics. What's up? You're muted.
Hey, so I'm curious what your thoughts are on this idea. I went to school for philosophy and theology.
Well, that was dumb.
Yeah, no, it was very silly. I'm a software engineer now, so I corrected that decision later.
Nice.
One of the things that I read, and I think it was Dreesh or something that we had to read, was a thing called like the E factor, and it seemed like that was pretty pivotal for that Catholic school that I had gone to. Like that was something that was pretty was required. I don't know if you had heard about the E factor or that concept, or Dreesh, or read anything related to that, but ultimately he was doing kind of a reduction to absurdity. Well, not to absurdity, I guess, but just a type of reduction having to do with like some kind of half-baked experiments with like blasphemers. He said that you're able to cut it in any possible direction and it would still, grow. And therefore, there was something to life besides only physical, mechanical, or like chemical properties. Now, I think that argument wasn't particularly good, but it led me to think a lot about the ideas behind like free will and and movers and things like that. And I think that if it's the case that there isn't something that's immaterial like a soul, then there shouldn't be a thing that can act upon material things but not be acted upon itself. I really should have thought the delivery a little bit better.
So there's two parts there. One is the E factor thing. Yeah. The E factor thing was something about some guiding force that's guiding the way cells divide.
Yeah, let's ditch the E factor. I thought that was going to give a little bit better context to the main point, which was like I think that if there isn't a soul, then there shouldn't be free will. Like that's an impossibility, because I think that the idea, I mean, even free will is kind of like a kind of nebulous concept, but the idea of something that being material that can act upon another material but itself can't be acted upon doesn't seem very correct to me. It seems like anything that's material ought to can be acted upon by material properties.
So suppose free will exists. I don't think it does. I think free will is pretty incoherent, libertarian free will. But let's suppose it does exist. And you said you don't think there would be a way for it to exist if there wasn't a soul. And so my question would be is why would free will being made of soul stuff make it any more or less real than free will being made of matter stuff?
Oh, so yeah, that's what I'm because I think if it's something that's material, then it should be able to be acted upon by other materials. Like it's like I guess, let me think if I could rephrase it in terms of like first movers and second movers and things. Like one of the
like you're saying that
I think that
if free will was a physical process, other physical processes could interfere with it and stop it from being free will.
No, I really butchered this. I guess kind of similar, I suppose, but ultimately it's the soul. So I think that free will needs to be a result of an agent that can't be acted upon. Because if it's acted upon, then the product of the free will isn't really free. It's constrained to being the product of a different movement.
Right. So, but like, let's say there is some process that is the free will process, and then I throw a wrench in it. Like, obviously, if I break the free will process, it's no longer free will. But if it's not broken, it can still be free will. It can still exist. Like, if other things are not influencing it or whatever, right? So say there is some free will process in the physical world, and if I don't throw a wrench into it, then free will is functioning. Now, obviously, I could throw a wrench to it and break it, and then it would no longer be free will. But I don't think it needs this quality of being unable to be interfered with, like philosophically. I mean, like suppose their free will was a soul thing, other souls could mess with it potentially and stop it from being free will. So God hardened Pharaoh's heart or whatever. So he didn't have free will in that instance, but that doesn't invalidate all of his free will simply because his soul free will stuff could be violated by something else.
Okay, yeah, I'll think about it. Yeah, that's a good answer. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. You mentioned that you don't believe that free will exists. How would you define free will, and why do you believe that free will doesn't exist?
So free will, I'm referring to libertarian free will as opposed to compatibilism. And libertarian free will is defined as the ability to do otherwise. The ability to do otherwise is incoherent because any decision is either going to be done for reasons, in which case they're going to be determined by those reasons, or they're going to be done for no reasons, in which case they're going to be random. And there doesn't seem to be a logically possible third option that you could enter into that situation to get out of that dichotomy. So either everything is done for a reason, in which case it's determined, so no free will, or everything is done, or any action is done for no reason, in which case it's random and it's not free will. And there doesn't seem to be anything you can add to that to get a free will thing.
So, like, what will achieve free will, essentially? Like, you mentioned not having a reason for it, and having a reason for it regardless still won't make it free will. So what will make something as, like, free will? What will...
I don't think there can be. That's
that's
the problem. I don't think libertarian free will is a coherent concept. I don't think it's possible.
So, like, if it's not a coherent concept, then why does this concept still exist?
Makes people feel good.
Literally for, like, emotional reasons.
Yep. So the idea that you have control over your life, that you aren't being forced to do things, that you aren't subject to bad luck, it's a fallacy that is ingrained in humanity. There's been a number of studies on rich and wealthy people that where you give them a test that's like completely random, like Monopoly or something, and it's purely based on the numbers that are rolled in the dice, that they have no control over it. But if they win, they think it's more likely due to their own decisions and their own logic, rationality, choices, free will, whatever, than luck. And they're more likely to, and the more rich and more successful you are, the more likely you are to attribute your success to your own skills rather than to luck, even in cases where it's provably the case that luck did everything for you. And so humans have this bias that they want to say that they're in control, and that anybody who didn't succeed in life, it's their own fault because they didn't work hard enough or whatever. And that if you did succeed, it's because you're good or better. And so because of these inherent biases in the way humans look at things, they like to think they're in control and don't attribute the luck of reality the adequate amount of attribution to what's actually going on that should be given.
So then what, like, comes into play here? If free will isn't responsible, then what is responsible here? Like, what do we resort to, essentially? What makes us us, basically? What fuels our decisions at the end of the day? Is it luck? Is it destiny? Is it fate?
Yeah, I'd say it's physics, which is all of those things. But yeah, I think that mostly it's just the luck of the draw, how your biology is designed by nature and evolution, and you don't really get to change it that much. You just you're stuck in nature and can't do much about it, and it sucks. And so that's where compatibilism comes in. Compatibilism is the view that free will is simply your brain making decisions without any external forces impeding those decisions. So your brain, however it is designed, evolved, makes decisions based off its desires. As long as it isn't like a tumor or something that's making you to make alternative decisions, then that's your free will essentially. And so it's just biology and physics.
You don't mind me asking, perhaps this is irrelevant or plummeting into like a tangible discussion, like on a tangent, but like I was wondering, why did you create a YouTube channel?
Money.
Why did you host like calls on here
Money.
and like talk to people?
Money.
Do you profit out?
Yes.
From this?
Yes, I've been mostly a full-time YouTuber for like 5 years, 6 years.
Is there any like additional reasons as opposed to just money alone?
Emotional reasons, like promoting my ideologies, growing my atheist church, selling books. It's tolerable. It's better than working at McDonald's. Some cool people in the audience, fans I like, and nice people for the most part. It's a very cushy job compared to most jobs. So lots of emotional reasons, I guess.
Do you like feel like happy when you enlighten others with your ideologies?
No.
And beliefs?
I was diagnosed with high functioning autism, so I don't really feel empathetic kinds of emotions. So I don't get emotional response from helping people as much. More the prideful emotions of if other people are accepting my ideologies as true, that makes me feel proud of myself, kind of a thing.
Do you wish you never had autism, or are you happy the way you are?
I don't really care about the autism that much. It's never been a big factor in my life. I definitely wish I had a better childhood, which wasn't really relevant to my upbringing, more parents related, I think. I'm mostly happy where I am now, I think. Like Instagram model girlfriend is kind of like the standard of what I need to be happy, and I have that. So for the moment, I'm good.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
So like, what else? Would you mind expanding upon like your childhood, or is that personal? I don't mean to pry. You don't have to expand upon that, and how it bleeds into the present.
I had major suicidal depression for 30 something years, or almost 30 years. So it was not fun. And then I got an Instagram model girlfriend that cured it. And so I've been happy for like 4 years.
Don't you believe it's like mildly unhealthy to purely base your like self-worth or happiness on another person? Like, where would you be had your girlfriend, hopefully doesn't pass away, but where would you be without her?
Sugar daddy website. But so I think that in general, it's easier to be happy if you get happiness from something that's renewable, like yourself. If you find internal happiness and that's what makes you happy, then that would make it easier to be happy. And if you're made happy by Ferraris or Instagram models, it makes happiness much more challenging. But I don't think you have a choice in the matter. It's not an option. You don't get to choose what makes you happy. You can't be like, this pencil I'm holding is what makes me happy. I am happy now. It doesn't work that way. The things that make you happy are determined by your physical brain states, your biology. And with autism, you have a special interest, and that special interest is like the one thing in the world that means everything to you. For me, it's Instagram model girlfriends. And so it was very unlucky in a sense, being given a very rare requirement for happiness. But again, I don't have a choice over it.
How did you cure your like suicidal thoughts?
Instagram model girlfriend.
And how did the parents... How does that essentially cure you? Is it like a form of validation you receive, a form of care, or like what essentially cures it? Like what aspects of it?
I think that's related to the autism. So with autism, you have a special interest, and that special interest is essentially the only thing that releases a sufficient amount of dopamine or oxytocin in your brain. So the only thing. So for some people, it's trains. For some people, it's grass, biology, telescopes, astronomy. They're obsessed with one topic. If you have autism, you have this one thing that's just you're obsessed with. For me, it was Instagram model girlfriend. And so being with that obsession or achieving that obsession opens your ability to feel all the emotions that most other people do. And so it's not really retrospective emotional things like acceptance, belonging, none of that stuff. It's when you have autism, it's you have this particular interest, and when you're doing that or with that thing, you feel good.
All right, I see. I appreciate you elaborating. How about we entertain that like hypothetical situation? Let's say your girlfriend passes away. Where would you be? What would feed into your happiness? What would feed into your sense of purpose?
Mostly nothing. So that's what was one of the fundamental causes of the depression, is that with autism, you have one thing that makes you happy and everything else just doesn't make you happy. So it doesn't matter if I have lots of friends or lots of family, they don't make me feel happy. It's just not something I'm interested in. Hobbies don't make me feel happy. So you just have a limited number of things that can make you feel happy. So without her, I would just find another one, essentially. It's the sugar daddy websites.
So in your mind, you do see yourself replacing her, basically.
Yeah, eventually. Like, we're not exclusive or anything. It's more like a friends with benefits kind of a thing.
So there's not like much emotional chemistry going on, essentially. It's all just like
mostly
sexual or like.
Yeah, so because of the autism, the emotional side isn't something that's big for me. I don't feel the emotional side very much.
How do you feel about that? How do you feel about like being deficient in like feeling emotions, experiencing the colors of emotions?
I don't really have an opinion one way or the other. Like, there's many.
You just can't formulate an opinion. You just can't have one.
Well, it's like not liking pineapple on pizza. Like, some people really like pineapple on pizza. Some people really hate pineapple on pizza. And if you're just impartial and don't care, you're like, and someone asks you, well, how do you feel about not caring about pineapple on pizza? You're like, I mean, I don't care about it. So I don't really know how to get an opinion on this subject because I don't care one way or the other. And so I would analyze it in a sense that if I could feel emotion, and if that led me to more of the things I care about, then I would have wanted emotion. If I had emotion, then that made it harder to get the things I care about, I wouldn't have wanted emotion. But I don't intrinsically see value in emotion in and of itself, and I think it would only be beneficial if it helps you to gain more happiness rather than less, and it does not necessarily do that for most people.
I see. So, in other words, emotions doesn't carry much weight of importance to you. Am I correct?
Right.
So, wouldn't you like consider that form of love and affection to be inauthentic or synthetic or unhealthy, to just solely base it on just sexual as opposed to like emotional and romantic like love?
No, I think that's an inherent bias people have because of cultural conservatism, that they assume that there is a certain correct way that relationships must be, because that's the way they've been in the past, or the way they've been socially construed as being correct. I think everyone is a bunch of individuals, and individually have different needs, and those different needs can culminate in different ways. And so I think the healthiest way to be happy is the way which aligns with you as an individual and is not based on how culture or other people view it.
So it's basically like a subjective opinion on like how would you view love. Basically, it's all subjective. It's based on your personal empirical way of thinking, basically.
Well, happiness is subjective. It's literally something that's subject to you in your brain. And so the healthiest way to be happy is going to be contingent on your brain state, on how your brain operates and what your brain needs to release the correct chemicals for you to be happy. And so there isn't going to be like a one size fits all correct healthiest happiness metric for everyone. It's going to necessarily be subjective for each individual and what is best for them and their brain.
I was like curious, what do you mean by like sugar daddy websites? Do you mean like escorts, or do you like pay to be in a relationship?
Yeah, that's the fastest way to find an Instagram model girlfriend. That is the fastest way to do it, for sure, 100%.
So it was all just transactional, a transactional relationship, like a relationship based on like transactional currency, basically.
Yeah, if you're going for like finding an Instagram model to interact with is very hard. It's a lot of work. You have to go to the social events where to find them is very difficult. It's not easy to get into their social groups. It's a very difficult process. But the one way to do it really, really fast, sugar daddy websites.
So, like, what are the pros and cons with sugar daddy websites from your experience?
They cost money, I guess. It's probably the con. The pros is that it's not, you don't have to do as much of the emotional connection stuff.
Just straight to the point, right into the action.
Yep. So if that's what you need, that would be a preferable solution than going the regular relationship route.
Have you tried the regular relationship route? Have you tried like putting yourself out there through dating apps or like in groups and stuff like that?
Yes, many times.
So basically, you resorted to the daddy sugar websites as a last resort, basically.
Maybe. I guess. I don't know. I don't know if I'd say it's a last resort. It's just another thing to try. It's no different than a dating website.
How do you feel like the people around you, what are their opinions on you using this sugar daddy website? Are they against it? Are they for it? Do their opinions matter much to you, or you just don't care what other people think of you?
Mostly don't care. I think most of my friends don't care either. They don't seem to mind. I don't think I've had anyone care. I don't think.
If your friends hypothetically did care and negatively criticized you for being on a sugar daddy website, would you end your friendship with them, or would you still be friends with them?
Depends if it was beneficial or not. Like, I wouldn't care what they would think, so it wouldn't affect me one way or the other if they tried to criticize me for it. But if there was like, if we were workout buddies or whatever, and it was a mutually beneficial relationship in that we would work out and get in shape together, then the benefit would outweigh the consequence of the criticism. And so it would still be worthwhile to remain friends with them.
You have debated with a lot of people online here on Discord and through multiple platforms. How do you feel about like people having abrasive opinions compared to yours? Does it tick you off? Does it make you angry, agitated, aggravated? Like, how do you feel with people with opposing views and ideologies compared to yours?
Indifferent. I don't care what people believe at all. I care. Like, the things that piss me off are when people overtalk me, don't let me finish, misrepresent what I'm saying, make me repeat myself multiple times. Those things piss me off, but I don't actually care what people believe. Like, I've talked to white supremacists and Holocaust deniers and crazy SJW people. I don't care what people believe. It doesn't bother me at all. What bothers me is the not listening, making me repeat myself kind of a thing, not responding to my arguments.
So like them just like simply interjecting and interrupting you, that's enough to tick you off, basically.
It's a lot. So like interjecting and interrupting is fine for the most part. It's the making me repeat myself part that bothers me the most, and then not genuinely answering a question that I ask. Like Antangelo does this all the time, where he'll evade and never actually answer the question. That's annoying.
So when people do that, what like path do you go for? Like basically, do you try to end the conversation, or do you repeat yourself? Like, what do you do when that happens?
Depends on the situation. So if it's like on Discord or my channels, I can just kick them or mute them or whatever until they answer the question. Depends how many views I'm getting. If I'm getting a lot of super chats, in which case I'll continue it going for longer. If it doesn't have much attention, then I'll probably end it because I just don't care and there's no benefit. Or if it's like a really big person, I might do it for longer. Depends on the benefit of the situation.
But were you always like born as an atheist, or did it like did you have to do like your research, and what basically made you become an atheist?
I was born into a Christian family. I stopped believing around late high school because none of my prayers were ever answered. And then I started researching philosophy a little after high school. And then once I started to research philosophy and learned about the arguments and the philosophical positions, that's when I became an atheist.
How long did that essentially take you to reach that destination?
Well, I don't know. It was like 17, 18 when I stopped being a Christian, and then I started looking into philosophy 3 or 4 years later. Took two to 3 years maybe of getting into that to really identify as an atheist.
When did you like be open and explicit about your beliefs to those around you? Were you ostracized from like your family or the people around you once you came out as an atheist?
Because of my autism, I've always just been immediately open about anything I believe or say. Just one of the features of autism is just immediately telling the truth always. I don't know if I was ostracized or not because I never really spoke to my family, so that was never really a concern.
Do you wish you knew how to lie, or do you enjoy telling the truth all the time?
If it was beneficial, then maybe I would wish to know how to lie. I don't think it is necessarily that beneficial. So if I was in a situation where I needed to, maybe.
Why don't you see the benefit behind telling the truth?
Well, for me, it's just habit, so I don't care.
But because you don't care, you don't see it as beneficial.
Right. So it's like, do you see the benefit in, I don't know, your liver working? Like, I guess it does it automatically, so I don't really think about it that much.
That's involuntary.
Right. Got any other questions, or move on to somebody else? Or several people in the audience.
You can ask other people, sure. Thank you for answering my questions.
Yep. Shane, what is up? And Catalin.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, I'd like to have a little discussion about economics. You know, what's your ideal economic system?
The ones that have been demonstrated to work are my favorite. So I like the mixed economies of the Western markets: Switzerland, Denmark, Germany, Iceland. America's system is not great, but it's still in the top 30. So the ones that have been demonstrated to work.
What would be the ultimate goal of the economy? Just to make things and sell things?
To give as much freedom to as many people as possible while sustaining quality of life.
And would that be exclusive to humans or other animals as well?
Well, the economy is specifically run by humans, so it's for humans, but in a moral system, it would include all conscious agents.
Right. So, don't you think that the systems you say have worked, they work well for us, but I'd say they've unarguably done catastrophic damage to wildlife.
Sure.
If you look at the Living Planet report, wildlife populations have declined like more than 70% from 1970. That's very bad. How would you reconcile such an issue?
Well, it would depend on the goal of the economy. So if the goal of the economy is to make all conscious beings, like if the goal of the economy is morality, strictly speaking, objective morality is to make all conscious entities, give them all freedom and live forever, no need for resources, whatever, then sure, I would say that we should try to incorporate quality of life for animals as much as possible. I don't think that's the goal of the economy. I think the goal of the economy is specifically to benefit human life. Do I think that's moral? No, I don't think it's moral. Do I care? Not necessarily. I think that once we get to the technological and resource means to be able to protect other species of life, we will begin to do so. But right now, I don't think we are able to defend and protect our own lives very well. And so it's not really a big concern for humans right now.
It is a very big concern for humans because biodiversity loss and ecosystem services are incredibly important for our functioning economy. Things like pollination, food production. We completely rely on the biodiversity that we're destroying.
Not really.
So, no, that doesn't
Not
work.
really.
Yeah, we do.
Not really. So there are, I forget how many species go extinct every day. It's a large number. It's not a non-zero number. Most of the
It's like 1,000 to 10,000 times higher
right.
than background.
So like there are millions of species that do nothing for us. We don't need them. They're irrelevant. And many of the species we do need can be replaced with machines and automated, especially as technology grows. We don't actually need biodiversity. It's not significantly important for life at all. 99.999% of all species ever have gone extinct. We don't care. It's irrelevant. T-Rex is gone. Oh no. What are we going to do? So
that's sad.
It may be sad, but humans, it doesn't matter to human livelihood. Like we could eliminate most species and be fine, or we could modify the species. Like there's the one thing, the malaria,
not today,
today, like I mean literally today. Like there's a species of mosquito that was genetically engineered to be unable to carry malaria, and we could release these species into the wild, and they are evolutionarily, or they are genetically bred so that anyone they reproduce with will also have
I
this.
agree. Things like parasites don't
Well,
really
no.
have.
The question here is that if we release these, it will eradicate the entire species of mosquito that is that is the malaria carrying type of mosquito. And that would be killing an entire species of animal. We'd be eliminating them. We'd be replacing them with a genetically engineered species.
One species is fine. Species go extinct all the time.
Yeah.
The problem is the ecosystem collapse because they're interconnected. They work together. No species exists in a vacuum. And if we things like deforesting the Amazon, I mean, they're things like the carbon cycle, which are critical for managing the Earth's temperature and stability. We've disrupted that very severely, and it will lead to
not much, honestly,
irreversible changes in the planet.
So the projections are that if we do absolutely nothing to change anything, the number of deaths over the next 100 years from climate change will be about 100 million extra deaths. In 100 years, 7 billion people will be dead. So 100 million is not actually that much. So the amount of deaths caused by climate change is...
It's more than just climate change. It's also the biodiversity, the pollution, the resource depletion,
all that. It's
the biodiversity loss.
The amount of damage done by those things is going to be less than the amount of benefit caused by technological growth that has been achieved through the damage.
I think that is delusional. I think that is a thing that people say all the time. Well, what you're referring to is basically green growth.
No, I'm talking more about AI, fusion, the artificial reproduction of, what's it called? Photosynthesis. I'm talking about the technology that's coming, has nothing specifically to do with climate change. I'm talking about just technology in general. As our technology grows, we will be able to replace all of these things technologically without any need for the biodiversity of the species. So I think that...
and where does that technology come from? It comes from natural resources that are...
that we're burning, that we're stealing from the environment and killing from the rainforest. Yes.
Mm-hmm. I mean, do we really have enough resources to have this sort of utopian technology future?
Yes. So I think the estimates are that if all of the natural resources, if we keep growing at the same rate for natural gas, oil, and coal, they'll all be depleted in the next 200 years or something. And in the next 200 years, we're going to have...
Actually, it's 40 years. I mean,
no, I don't think so.
At least the proven oil reserves.
Proven oil reserves don't matter because we're estimating that there's a lot more that we haven't discovered, which is almost guaranteed to be the case because we discover more all the time.
And do you really want that to make climate change even worse?
I don't really care. So climate change, again, worst case scenario, or the general consensus estimates are about 100 million extra people will die in 100 years. I do not care. In 100 years, we will have AI, and AI will be able to solve a lot of the problems for us. So
death is not the only quantification of suffering. It will also make people move. It will cause mass exodus. It will cause mass extinction.
No, not mass extinction, because that's the death thing, or at least other species.
Yeah, other species.
Yeah, I don't care about any of that. So I want to get artificial intelligence, and I want artificial intelligence to design a whole bunch of new technologies that can make life better for everyone and all species. And I want that to happen as fast as possible. And I don't care about the ramifications on the planet.
I don't think that I think that artificial intelligence would say you need to manage your population and stop your consumerist shit.
I don't think so. I think artificial intelligence is going to solve fission, solve artificial photosynthesis, be able to integrate technologies with human bodies so we can have, I forget what that's called. And
transhumanism.
Yes, I think those are the things that are more likely to happen. I don't think it's going to care about the population as much.
Well, I like transhumanism, but I also have respect for other animal life. I mean, humans are animals after all.
Yes.
I think it's extremely careless to just disregard nature and chop down the forest, take the oil out of the ground.
My view is more that so we're all dying, we all suffer. It's bad, and we need to get to a point technologically where we end all death and all suffering. That would be the goal. I believe.
Well, you're gonna die regardless. We can probably live for very, very long times, but death, you're not gonna solve that. Ever.
No, we can definitely. That's definitely possible to solve that. So, like, if we could potentially harness the energy of virtual particles,
that wouldn't, the heat death
wouldn't matter. So, like, there's virtual particle energy. If we can harness the energy of virtual particles, we'll be able to literally survive forever because virtual particles are indefinite, but not really relevant to the point right now. So, I think that we should, as fast as possible, grow our technology as far as possible to try to get to the point where we can expand beyond the needs that we have of relying on this planet and the biological constraints. And if it's definitely immoral to kill animals and species to do that, but it's justified because we kind of need to do that as fast as possible to try to save life everywhere.
Oh, you're gambling.
Yes.
And your gamble might result in a planet similar to WALL-E.
Yes, and if we don't gamble, we all die anyway.
Why is that so terrible? I mean,
I want to not die.
Well, I mean,
so like the options are in 100 billion years, the sun expands.
So you're willing to cause massive suffering that's with this goal to live forever and have this utopian future, which is already incredibly unlikely, and you're willing to cause this massive amount of suffering for this very unrealistic goal.
So 99% of the suffering of animals happens in nature because of nature. They're died, eaten, torn apart, raped, murdered.
No, it doesn't. The mammalian biome. No, it doesn't. The majority comes from us, from animal agriculture.
No.
Look at that. No, it does. The mammalian biomass, more than 80% is made by humans, is factory animals.
The most death comes from disease, comes from aging, comes from biological requirements like pooping and eaten by other animals. Like, these are things that biology put in place. We didn't put these in place. We utilize these, but we didn't cause this to be the case. So most of the stuff that causes suffering is by nature, not by us. Aging, gaining weight, getting old, dying of disease, infection. This is all nature. Nature did all of that crap. So all of the stuff that we consider suffering, the vast majority of it is caused by nature. And I want to rush technologically to overcome all of those things. So I want to end disease, end aging, end death. Those are the ones I want to solve. So does that cause extra suffering to animals and things that we burn resources for in the process? Yes, it does. Do I care? Not really.
I mean, I kind of agree with you on some of the things. Yes, nature has a deplorable amount of suffering in it, but I don't think the solution is to disregard it completely and destroy the biodiversity and just be selfish and care only about the human species. My ideal future would be to basically re-engineer the ecosphere, basically intelligent design by humans. So eliminate all predators, but also have a thriving biodiversity on Earth. So death would still be a thing.
I wouldn't want to eliminate all predators. I'd want to feed them. I'd want to give them artificially grown meats or something. So I'd want to keep those too. But to suppose, what would it require to do that? Like, you're going to need a massive amount of technology beyond what we can do today. And to get that, how would you get that?
I mean, I mean, this is a long-term goal.
Yeah.
My goal at this point is to stop the destruction of the planet we're doing. Your goal is to.
Well, mine's going to do the same thing. It's just going to do it faster.
I mean.
So, like,
what would the end of this society be then?
The best of all possible worlds, a world where there is no forcing anything to do anything it doesn't consent to doing, including all conscious agents, all animals.
So that would mean that we have free will?
No, unless you're a compatibilist.
I'm not a compatibilist. I mean, what do you mean by freedom?
Well, I don't think libertarian free will is coherent. I just think free in the sense that your brain is doing what it is naturally inclined to do without imposition by external forces or like cancer, tumors.
No, my way of reconciling this is basically just what we want, what we will. We do have a will. We don't have a free will, but as long as the things that happen to us are in alignment with our desires, our wills, then that's necessarily a good thing. Yeah, kind of going off topic.
Well, so I wanted to go back to your point about trying to make the world a better place or whatever, and you have a long-term goal. So if your long-term goal causes more suffering in aggregate than causing a lot of suffering to a smaller number of people in a short term, the smaller number for a short term is a more moral system. So my system, if we get AI, is in the next like 50 to 100 years, we can actually start to drastically improve the morality of everyone. So I think that moral progress is a real thing, and that as we gain in technology, our inclinations as a society tends to become more conducive to causing less harm to all species, including like increases in veganism, vegetarianism. I think those are a result of the fact that we no longer need hunter-gatherer societies, and that we can provide food through purely vegan means, and we don't need to kill animals to survive. And these recognitions have caused society to progress in that direction. And as we gain in significantly greater technology like AI, being able to do this stuff, being able to artificially grow meat, being able to generate impossible meats that taste good, this will be a bigger contributing factor to saving animal lives than the goals of what you presented about trying to balance the economy or whatever. I think that trying to develop the technology as fast as we can, while it will cause short-term damage to many species today, will have
cause great suffering.
Yeah, cause great suffering to a smaller number today, will get us to that point technologically faster, and will in aggregate save more lives and decrease the amount of suffering overall than taking the long-term route.
I mean, I guess we both share the same final goal. Our just approach differs. Your approach is just accelerate technology as much as possible, even at the expense of other creatures. Well, I think advancing technology is useful. I think artificial intelligence is extremely useful for that. And I don't think we need this hyper consumerism, hyper resource extraction. Just you can accelerate technology quickly enough to solve this goal without the damage you will do to the biodiversity, I think.
Well, I think that my method entails the assumption that doing this is in line with human nature. So this consumerism ideology of taking advantage of other species is in line with human nature, so it's very easy to do. I don't have to make any changes to society to do this, whereas yours is going to take...
Well, I'm radical.
Right. Well, the question here is like, is your model feasible? I think no. I think like if we tried to implement your model, it would... Either we'd have to force people to do things...
It is actually, I think the solution to this problem is education. Okay, we need to educate people about human nature, why it's actually pretty nasty, why our desires like consumerism, greed are very harmful.
Why would that cause them to change?
And that can...
Like, they don't care.
Well, if they know the problem, if they know what's causing it, humans are
Oh,
very good at
people know that McDonald's makes them fat. They do not stop going to McDonald's. People know that sugar makes them fat. They don't stop eating sugar.
I think but they're just suppressing it. I mean, would they really go to McDonald's if they saw like autopsies of dead bodies, like obese people? I mean, they need shock therapy. They need to know the reality. I mean, what they see is just this nice like restaurant with pretty pictures and icons, and you know, if McDonald's was solely just fast food and nothing else, would they really find it very desirable?
I have no idea, maybe, but I definitely think that would be against human nature to try to impose those on everything that's bad.
Well, you're a transhumanist, right? Shouldn't we try to modify human nature, like make it better?
Yeah, with technology for consenting people, yeah.
Also with psychology, I mean that's much easier.
Well, my part is the consenting people. So if they consent, like if McDonald's consents to you putting autopsies on their doors, I'm 100% for it. Go for it.
If McDonald's consent, why is what about the consent of people not wanting to die, not wanting to get health problems? Why? What do you mean consent of McDonald's? Why the fuck does that matter?
So you asked, since I was for transhumanism, do I think that we should make humans better? I think yes, for consenting people, we should make humans better. If you consent to change, then yes, we should change you in whatever ways that you consent to change. If you do not consent to change, then it's immoral to force you to change.
Yeah, well, I'm more of a hedonist, I guess. If not consenting to something that will make things better for everyone, then it doesn't matter if it's voluntary or not. Why should it?
Maybe immoral. So like, you can like say we forced
What does
everyone.
that make it moral?
What?
I mean, how is anything voluntary? Is what you want voluntary? I don't think so. I don't think we have free will.
I don't think we have free will either. That's part's irrelevant. So consent isn't free will. Consent is just your conscious ability.
Voluntary is free will, isn't it?
No.
What makes something voluntary then?
It's your brain state acting in accordance to its nature, essentially.
In accordance with what?
It's nature, how it operates without any external forces, no cancer, no other things impeding it. So it's compatibilism defines free will.
Yeah, but your barrier of external force is completely arbitrary. Your brain is an external force.
No, the brain is the thing that we're considering. So the external would be external to the brain.
And that's completely arbitrary. I mean, you're not your brain. You're your consciousness, which is a product of your brain. So your brain is an external force on your consciousness.
No, in this definition, your brain is you. Your consciousness is a process in the brain. Your brain is you.
Your brain is the physical cause of you. It's not you.
This is the definition. You can disagree. I don't care if you disagree. This is just the definition. So if you don't like it, I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a fundamental disagreement. Why is the physical?
Well, this is just my model, so I just get to tell you this is my model, and this is how it works in my model. And if you don't like it, I don't really care. So like, based on this model, your brain is you. If your brain is operating in the way its nature is, then that's consent. That's volition.
So if I copy your brain, is that a copy of you?
I guess so. Yeah.
Well, fine. I guess that's the end of the conversation then.
All right. Thanks for coming up. Anybody else got any questions? All right, I'm back. Jib, are you there? Somebody in the comments said there's no sound. All right. Anybody else in the Discord? Questions, comments, God, philosophy, morality, potatoes?
I have a question.
Sure.
So, do you think like everything is interlinked and connected? Philosophy, religion, psychology, politics, economics. Do you see it as all like a web of connections?
Sort of. They all exist in reality, so they're all connected in that way.
But do they influence each other? Despite those connections, do they like influence each other?
Sometimes. Like there are times where there was an economy and no religion. There are times where there was a religion and no economy. And so if they're separated by sufficiently large distances and cultures, then they don't influence each other. But they can, in many ways, influence one another. And anything that has a sufficient impact on society is going to want to be controlled. And so if anything else has a sufficient control over society, they're going to try to intermerge or intermingle the two groups to make them influence one another.
Okay, like what would you say to those people that would bring up evidence about like the religious scriptures? Would you think they're all just like conjured and like they're all like fake? They're not real, they're all made up. Like, what would you say about the Bible, about all the evidence in the verses? How would you like evoke those factors, like those points?
Yeah, there isn't any evidence in any of them. Then none of them make any solid claims. The best is Hinduism. In Hinduism, the Bhagavad Gita or the Vedas, I don't remember which one, makes a prediction that the age of the earth is 4.3 billion years old. That's pretty close. It's 4.5. And that's the only one that's actually genuinely a prediction that could count as evidence for any of the religious texts. But so if it had like a lot of those, if one of the holy texts says DNA is a double helix, the world is 4.5 billion years old, the universe is 13.8 billion years old, Donald Trump will be president in whatever year. Like if it made a bunch of those predictions and got it right, that would be evidence of whichever holy text it was. But none of the holy texts do that. They all get it wrong most of the time. They're all vague and ambiguous, which means the predictions are false. So like a prediction that is ambiguous is the same as making an equivalent number of predictions for each different way it can be interpreted. So if I like say, there is a Bob standing in that direction and I just point in that direction, well, that could be interpreted as any thousands of miles. And so if I test 10 feet, no Bob, that's wrong. Test 11 feet, no Bob, that's wrong. And so even if I do find a Bob in 1,000 miles, that's still 99% wrong predictions and not a correct prediction. So none of the holy texts have any accurate, successful, consistent predictions that would qualify as evidence other than like the 4.3 billion years of the Bhagavad Gita.
When, like, in order to become an atheist, did you like have to study in depth about every religion that exists on this planet?
No, I just had to learn the philosophical arguments and then test to see if any of the religious claims met the standards of evidence of the philosophical arguments. So I can just say, what's the best evidence of Hinduism? And then look at that and say, well, does this meet the standard of evidence? No. Well, if everything's worse than this, well, then everything in Hinduism is worse and doesn't qualify.
So then, like when the Christians spoke about like Jesus existing, and when the Muslims spoke about the Prophet Muhammad existing, do you think that was just all fake and all lies, all misconstrued lies basically? They never existed, or were these people just hallucinating the existence of these people? Like what happened essentially in the past? What do you think occurred?
Well, I think both of those exist. I think Jesus existed. I think Muhammad existed. I think they were just people who had delusions of grandeur, which is very common. And I think that their apostles who saw Jesus after his death had a bereavement delusion, which is very common. So I think that all of the features that are accepted as most likely true in the religions, just normal historical facts that are accepted, just like any other historical document. Like there was a city, there was a guy, there was a war. All of those things are perfectly rational to believe in all of the holy books. But when it comes to things that don't have a basis in reality, so magic, miracles, mythical creatures, the paranormal, supernatural, UFOs, those things aren't accepted in any historical documents, and for the same reason they wouldn't be accepted in religious documents. And so a religious document is just as good as most historical documents for saying there was a city there, this guy was alive, etc. But when it comes to miracles and magic, it is just as bad, and none of those are accepted for any historical documents. Anybody else got any questions? Questions, comments about philosophy, morality, epistemology, God, that kind of stuff? If we stop talking God, what is number 2 priority? Morality, epistemology, atheist church. So trying to get an apartment building, got a really decent loan option, pretty amazing loan option to hopefully buy a 10 to 30 unit apartment building, which can then be used to fund a church facility and do churchy stuff. And I hope to get franchises, do this a bunch of places, get a bunch of you guys to host an atheist church in your location, get an apartment building and church, and do talks on morality and stuff. Hopefully in the next few weeks, I'll get the nonprofit status on YouTube and I can start doing fundraisers on YouTube. You guys can start doing fundraisers for the atheist church. That'd be great. Whenever you do stream, do a fundraiser for the atheist church.
What does atheist church actually offer? I mean, is it associated with other atheist churches? Is there like what is this one specific to you?
Yeah, it's one specific to me. It's based on my model of morality.
Okay. Maybe I should look up into your model of morality. I don't know.
Sure.
Is there, like, for a person that doesn't know, is there a quick like Cliff Note version of it?
Objective morality exists. It's a law of physics we haven't discovered yet. The view is that any involuntary imposition of will is immoral, and our goal is to make the world the best of all possible worlds, which is a world with no or the least involuntary imposition of will as possible. To do that, and we should like make people's lives easier. Best way to do that, affordable housing. And so we're going to try to buy apartment buildings, get affordable housing, use that to fund churches, do conversations and normal churchy stuff on morality, and grow to provide affordable housing for as many people as possible and help for as many people as possible.
Noble cause. I don't really have anything. I was trying to kill some dead air. My bad.
No problem.
And can I be the accountant for this atheist church?
The what?
Can I be the accountant for the atheist church?
Sure, if you raise enough money to help us buy a building and need an accountant.
Yes, all part of the Ponzi process.
Well, it's not a Ponzi scheme if it's an apartment building. It's not a Ponzi.
Am I supposed to raise finances for being an accountant or being your employee?
No, you're supposed to do that to show that you'd be worth having as an employee.
This in no way resembles a pyramid scheme.
All right, so if you're asking me for a job and I know nothing about you, you have to give you some kind of a test to see if you're good enough for the job.
Well, that is true, but I believe is something that we all have to do at some level.
Right?
Yes, joking.
I've got questions, I guess, surrounding the kind of the nature of your relationships. I don't 100% understand what you mean when you say you're interested in Instagram model girlfriends. Does that mean that you are you want in real IRL girlfriend?
Yes.
That happens to be a model on Instagram?
More or less.
Okay.
It's like an attractive to scale, more or less. It's just saying that level of attractive.
Oh, so just attractive. Okay, so ultimately just attractive escort type services. Yeah. Then would it make a difference if it were the individual, the Instagram model were to change every night?
Not really.
So ultimately this is resolves down to you like a not even girlfriend, but ultimately just escort services. What makes you happy then?
That's like the minimum requirement. So I would be fine with a more of a relationship thing too. More relationship is good too.
But do you get? I don't think it didn't come off that you got very much value out of the other aspects from the relationship.
Well, it's kind of like
it kind of seemed like they're impediments to your happiness.
It's more like the minimum requirement for my happiness is a level of attractiveness, and then after I get the level of attractiveness, the other things are less important, but they can still be beneficial. So like having someone who likes video games and anime is better than someone who is boring and doesn't have fun or whatever. And so there are personality aspects that can make relationships more enjoyable. But for me to not be severely depressed, I need to be with a very attractive woman, independent of the personality aspect. And then the personality aspect can make it more fun above that level.
Okay. But yeah, so you wouldn't mind if it were, but there's not like a sense of permanence between the things. Like you don't mind if all that you worked for in that particular relationship dissolved because, like it was ultimately those things weren't particularly necessary for you. I don't know. I don't know what the question is. It's just such a kind of foreign concept to me.
It's like, so if I have major depression, suicidally depressed, and then I'm with a really attractive woman, I'm not depressed. And then, so that's like happiness more or less, or from my perspective, the minimum requirement of happiness. And then after that, I can become more happy depending on the quality of the relationship. But
do you like order your actions to that end?
I don't know what that means.
Oh, like well, okay. So the goal, right? The end. One of the goals would be to be with a Instagram model. Like, how much of your activities are ordered to achieving that goal?
When I don't have one, like all of them. That is the goal.
Oh, that takes precedence over
everything. Yeah, because like severe depression is debilitating. So you can't really do anything while you have that. And then once you have that, you can focus on other things. And so yeah, like all of my motivations were to find that until I got it. And then once I got it, now I can focus on other things like the church and YouTube and chess and stuff.
That's I mean we're all familiar with depression being like kind of disorder, or like a disorder insofar as that, like if it gets to the point where it affects your daily operations and stuff. I mean, that's usually what you can be obsessive up until a point without it qualifying as a disorder, or you can be compulsive
Yeah,
up
I
until a
was
point before it
formally
qualifies as a
diagnosed with
disorder.
major depressive disorder.
Major depressive disorder. Okay. But like you don't you don't find that this being your kind of key to happiness a disorder in and of itself, like it, like I don't know what the psychological events that are, or the psychological processes that are required for you to get this level of satisfaction. Is it like I don't mean this in any particularly negative way, but is there like a inferiority issue? Why
autism.
the
So
particularly
I was
attractive
diagnosed
one?
with high functioning autism. People with autism have a special interest, and that special interest is everything to them, and it's pretty much random what the special interest is. Trains, grass, astrology, astronomy, religion. It's random. It's all kinds of things. For me, it just happens to be being with really attractive women.
What do you and the sugar ladies end up like talking about? What's like the general type of date outline? Because these are women for like pay.
But yeah, it's like that's the backup thing. So I don't.
Do you get like a reward? Do you get more reward if it weren't for pay? Like, do you feel like there would be?
Probably. Yeah.
Do you feel that?
Yeah, sounds,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like ultimate like accomplishment is like overcoming particular types of obstacles, right? And like there's
accomplishment
a sense of reward
isn't
from accomplishment.
as relevant to me though. So again, the autism, it's not about those kinds of things. It's just a special interest. So a special interest is when you're doing or in the process of doing the special interest, you're happy. When you're not, you're not. It has nothing to do with accomplishment or satisfaction or aggrandizement. It's just for autism, when you're doing the special interest, you're happy. And when you're not happy.
Crazy. That's so different from the way that I operate. I can't even I can't empathize. I don't know. That's wild. And what about like what other types of relationships in your life and stuff? Are those? Do you have? Do you assign much value to them, or
no.
Does it make a difference if it's like maybe attractive men that you're around?
No difference.
Does it? No difference.
So like,
you want to be around more attractive people
so
generally.
They make no impact on my emotional state whatsoever. The attractiveness of men, and same with friends and family. No impact.
Okay, all right. So that was not about an inferiority thing, maybe then. I mean, definitely not. I suppose. Huh.
Yes, they make no difference to my emotional state. Not that they are no different than the Instagram model girlfriend.
Mm-hmm. No. Yeah, no. I catch that now. That's your little reward mechanism then.
Yep. That's how autism and special interest works. You get one thing, and that one thing is your all emotion stuff.
Well, you seem pretty involved in the atheism church, and seem pretty involved in wanting to like understand certain things a little bit better.
I used to be. So I did that as a way to try to overcome the depression. It was never that as important. So it's not something I do as a passion. I do it as a job.
Yeah. So maintaining a steady bank account is ultimately all you need to do to move forward your day-to-day life. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Is it like a weekly instance or a monthly instance, or is it as often? Is there a particular frequency pattern?
I'm not using a sugar baby right now. That's what happens if I lose my Instagram model girlfriend.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. So that's your net, your safety net.
The safety net. That's the how.
That's a lot of people's safety net. Yeah. Uh-huh. And are they particularly receptive to your brand of relationship, like just the regular people that aren't the escorts?
Sure.
Like your band of relationship being like, pretty, not
normal,
particularly emotional.
No, like the fact that I don't necessarily feel emotion the same way doesn't mean I am not as receptacle in relationships for the emotional stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like the longest relationship that you've been in.
2 years.
2 years. Okay. Generally, what age are you?
34.
You don't have to be particularly specific. 34. Okay, I think that's pretty normal. Was that lady autistic as well? The one that you were with for 2 years? No. I don't know.
You can Google. I think there's a good YouTuber who does stuff on relationships for people with autism. He also has high function autism.
Okay. Well, that's was enlightening. I didn't realize that was a. I didn't realize people thought that way. That's crazy. That's wild. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Hello again. Apologies for leaving abruptly. My internet crashed. Anyways, I wanted to continue what that guy was going on about regarding your autism. I wanted to know, how do you feel about people with autism? What's your opinion with people with autism? Do you get along well with people with autism as opposed to people without autism?
Probably not. Because human interaction to me is usually a means to an end, so to try to get something. And so people who have autism usually aren't in the social class that has any significant benefit. So I don't usually spend much time talking to, like, because I've been to like autism groups and stuff. There's just nobody there who really interests me to talk to. So I don't think it makes much of a difference other than the fact there's no real benefit to talking to most people with autism unless they're rich.
What piques your interest and why does it matter to you if they're rich? What benefit do you derive from that exactly?
Connections, social connections, networking to help grow my business, job opportunities, advertising, all kinds of stuff. For me, I don't really enjoy human interaction all that much, so mostly it's for networking purposes.
Pragmatic reasons, to say the least, right? It's all about practicality.
Yeah.
Despite you having autism, how would you rate your social skills level?
Probably high, above average, highly above average. What
did you do? Oh, sorry for interrupting. Yeah, go on.
Mostly because I had to learn how to do it, how to fake it in order to do a YouTube channel, do debates and interviews, and be good at networking. So I had to learn how to fake it to become good at it.
May I ask another question, or does Jib Abdian want to?
Sir, if he doesn't talk, go ahead.
All right. So, how did you learn how to fake being socially skilled?
Trial and error. Jib, did you have a question?
Oh, yeah. I just didn't know if it was one-on-one or not. Is it okay if I hop in?
Yeah, go ahead. What's your question?
Oh, awesome. So when it comes to your atheist church, what do you plan on teaching? Because I'm an atheist myself. I'm an anti-theist. Is it mostly going to be stuff like evolution and maybe how to analyze what's fact and what's maybe just subjective opinions, such as what religious people do? How to differentiate facts from fiction, things like that?
Sure, epistemology would definitely be a big part of it, but it's also based on my morality, because I think there is an objective morality, even though there's no evidence for it. So it's a purely faith-based position. And so I would do mostly conversations on morality and epistemology, and then debates and normal stuff evolution, science, philosophy.
Oh, I see. Okay. How long do you think it's going to be till you have your church set up?
I got 501c3 nonprofit status a month ago. We're trying to find an apartment building to do affordable housing. Found a great loan, so hopefully in the next 6 months to a year we'll have a building. But it's already set up. We already have the church.
Oh, nice. Very nice. That's good to hear. I also recently saw your debate with Aron Ra. I was so hyped for that because between you and Aron Ra, the two of you are the two debaters I find the most interesting as far as atheists are concerned. I'll watch other atheists debate and discuss the genetically modified skeptic and such. I mean, they're good. It's just I feel they take more of a passive/pacifistic tone almost when it comes to debating against the religious, while you two are a lot more headstrong.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see two atheists debate.
Thanks. Yeah, it was an interesting debate for sure.
At one point during the debate, there was something that was said that I might not be phrasing it perfectly, but I think it was like near the end of the debate where I believe Aaron asked you something like, whether like I think it was something like whether truth or happiness is like more important to you.
Yeah.
And I think you said you were more concerned about happiness, if I'm remembering it right. Could you maybe go on a little bit more?
Yeah, 100%. Happiness is way more important than truth. If you can believe a delusion, it makes you happy, then that's better to live with a delusion than to be suffered and miserable. And it's up to the individual, of course, but I think I would pick happiness over truth every time.
Okay. Like, I might be on the... I do find happiness to be important, but I think I have ADHD. My brother, he has autism. He thinks I might have autism, but I'm not like diagnosed with it. But when you were talking about like hyper fixation on certain things, one of the things that I tend to get like hyper fixated on myself is like facts and like what matches like reality. So like when it comes to the religious, one of the things that bothers me is all this like subjectivism, all this like opinion based ideas. So like even though these things make them happy, if their ideas are inconsistent, like say Muslims, for example, Muslims think being gay is wrong, so they'll throw them off a roof. So, throwing gays off roofs make them happy and make them feel validated for their religion. But that happiness doesn't match reality. What are your thoughts?
Well, there's a difference there. Like believing things that make you happy is fine as long as you don't impose on other people's happiness. So throwing people off rooftops is immoral. You shouldn't do that. What you believe, I don't care about. So I don't care what anyone believes as long as they aren't imposing anything on other people without their consent. So if the only thing we're talking about is, do your beliefs make you happy, whether or not they correspond to truth, then you should choose happiness over truth. If you're imposing on other people's happiness, then there's more to consider. That's like, it's immoral to do that. So don't do that.
Okay. Let me see. There's some more things I wanted to say. Just a little spacey right now. I had a flu for the past couple days. Oh, right. Is it all right if I ask you more in terms of the supermodel girlfriend topic? If that's like too personal, I could just talk about something else.
Sure.
Oh, okay. So something I was curious about, like, do they have to be like okay, so there's two things. One, like, do they have to be like supermodels? Like, what is it about like the supermodel aspect that
it's a generalization
draws, like,
for physical attractiveness? So it's not about the actually being a model, an Instagram model. It's just being attractive.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, everyone wants to date an attractive person, really. And I guess the second question when it comes to that is, like I've been single for a hot minute myself, and I struggle with relationships too. And one of the reasons for me is like because I'm an atheist and I have a lot of like really particular opinions that aren't, I don't know, very popular when it comes to other people within my area. It makes it difficult. So I also, of course, find supermodels to be attractive, but something I concern myself with is the lack of compatibility. Like supermodels, for example, they have probably hundreds of guys hitting them up constantly, and it almost feels like a competition or a game. Like it doesn't feel, when it comes to supermodels, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of actual like care. It's more like, oh, how much can this person benefit me? Is that something you're concerned with?
No, because it's very similar to how my mind works, and so I definitely wouldn't. It'd be hypocritical for me to judge them for that. And from the emotional side, I'm not as emotionally receptive to the emotional side. I don't really care if we agree on things or not. It doesn't make a difference to me. Compatibility isn't as big of an issue.
Oh, okay. But what if she's like, let me see. I mean, this is probably just
I
a
would
generalization on
100%
my
date
end.
a Christian young earth creationist, 100%, no problem.
Oh yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, that could be interesting because then, at least there'd always be a topic for the two of you to discuss, right? There would never be a quiet moment in the house.
I don't know if that would be a great topic to discuss, but
oh yeah, maybe not. But I mean, depending on like how open said Christian is, are things going all right between you and your current supermodel? Because I know you've been looking for one of those for a hot minute.
Yeah, so we've been dating for over 2 years now, but it's not exclusive. That's
nice. Congratulations.
So it's more like, because I like the way Destiny does his models, his life. I like that a lot, where it's like more of an open relationship.
I like the ideas of open relationships myself. Like I really don't like a personal problem I have with like a lot of modern relationships is I see it all the time with like guys, and I mean you probably see it with girls too, but like there's this big issue of like possessiveness, like, oh, my girl can't have other guy friends. Oh, what are you doing talking to this person? What are you doing going out? Like it's a lot of this control. So I'm more open to like open relationships as well, or at least what would I call it? Yeah, open relationships like sound more beneficial for that aspect. Less control.
Sure. Like I think that consent is the most important thing in the universe, and it's the model of morality. And so consenting relationships, whether you and your partner want them to be exclusive or not, should be up to the individual, and it shouldn't be governed by societal expectations. What makes you happy is going to be contingent on you as an individual and not contingent on what society thinks is good.
Another question I want to ask you is a lot of atheists I know tend to become like nihilistic. I'm an optimistic nihilist, so I look at it as a glass half full kind of thing. Like the world sucks, but I think we're getting a lot better with like politics. I think we're moving in the right direction. A lot more like, I mean, personally for me, I like the idea of like left leaning because we're a lot more concerned with like the environment and everyone making like more money and things of like that concern. But like the nihilism part is like me recognizing like we're still like destroying the planet, fracking, all this other like self-destructive, self-harmful things.
So a couple things there. Like nihilism is usually the position that there's like no meaning, purpose, morality, or whatever. And while most cultural atheists are nihilists and reject morality and purpose and meaning, most academic philosophers are atheists, but they accept objective meaning, purpose, and value in morality. So like most atheist philosophers are moral realists, objective morality. I think that the world is definitely getting better, continues to get better, and will continue to get better as long as technologically we grow. And I think that we don't really have to worry about much on the rest of the front. Like politics, I think is stupid. I think politicians are idiots and they're a waste of time. But once we get AI and AI can solve the problems better than humans do, we'll just let it take over and do the things that humans are bad at. And so I think that once we get AI and further technology to really solve the problems in the world, we don't really have to worry about politics as much.
So would you describe yourself as non-political, or are you more leaning to like left or right or more center?
Center left.
Okay. I've seen you, I mean, I might be wrong because I tend to watch like debates on religion a lot more than politics, but I believe I've seen you debate leftists. Is there any sort of, how do I say, complication if you're left leaning and then still debating against leftists for more right wing topics? I mean, I haven't really seen those videos, so I could probably like look into them and see what you do have to say. But since I'm here, I would want to see what you have to say here.
There's lots of things I disagree with on the left and the right. So like a lot of the social justice issues I think are too extreme and don't do anything and aren't based on any evidence. And so I think that I disagree with them on a lot of issues. So yeah, I disagree with some of the economic policies related to education. So I think some of the best education systems are like charter-based, voucher-based systems. A lot of the economic systems that work a lot do have capitalistic inclinations. I think the ones in America, we do it terribly, but there are lots of successful, more privatized healthcare systems like in Singapore. It's one of the best ones in the world. And so simply doing everything for everyone in the way that the left typically wants isn't always the best solution. And there are some right-wing solutions that work very well. Like in New Zealand, there was I think R something ism, Richardism something. It was an economic system that they used to pull themselves out of a depression by using a more conservative model. And so there are conservative systems that work well economically that are better than the more socialist leaning democratic systems. And it's on a case by case basis. So like if you want to do something like super far socialist, like worker co-ops and only worker co-ops, that's a terrible idea. Don't do that, because worker co-ops aren't implemented at the same rate, and it causes a depreciation of the amount of companies that get startups.
What was that word? What's work? Sorry to interrupt. What's work? What was it? Worker co-ops? What does that mean?
That means the workers own the company. They own stock in the company. All of them, just by working there, you get stock in the company.
Oh, okay. Okay, go on.
As opposed to like privately owned, I own the company and you work for me kind of a thing. And
I could see. Yeah, I could agree with that.
So there's policies on the right and the left that are both correct and both incorrect. And so I don't pick based off of left or right politics. I pick based off of what are the systems that have been demonstrated to work in the past, and that's all I care about.
That makes sense. Something I've been curious about, and I debate people on, and it's kind of a tricky subject because like I'll talk to people about like trans topics. Like I'm pro-trans, I'm a leftist, I'm an anarcho-syndicalist, kind of like I guess what Bosch would describe himself as. So like I'm very open to trans people having rights and things of that nature. But something that tends to bother me whenever I discuss or talk with trans people is there's always this topic of I feel like a man or I feel like a woman. And that tends to be like incoherent whenever I hear it, because I'm a man, and I don't feel like a man. It's just something that I am. So I don't know what that means. And then what I think it is with the trans community a lot of the time is I think what they're doing is they're conflating feeling like a man with I feel masculine. So I view it more as like a scale. Like, you could be a very masculine man or a very feminine man. You can be a very feminine woman or a very masculine woman. But to say like I feel like this sex, it doesn't make sense to me. What are your thoughts?
So there's two different definitions of man and woman. One is the more typical conservative definition where it's biological, in which case, yeah, you don't feel like a man. It's just your genes, your chromosomes, your sexual organs. That's it. Whereas the left defines gender as more of a social construct. So where you fit in socially in society. And so when you say you feel like a man, it's like where you feel like you would fit in society, more or less. And so I typically think the definition of gender as applied to be equivalent to sex is the one I lean towards. I think that makes more sense. I don't think that the socially constructed definition is very good. I don't like social construction stuff very much. But there is a legitimate argument that trans people are a real thing, that it really is the case that there are men in women's bodies and vice versa, because your brains are different between men and women. The way they develop are different between men and women, just like they are between sexual organs. And it is possible for a brain to develop in the way that a female brain develops while being in a male body, in which case that person literally would have a female brain in a male body, just like someone could have female sexual organs in a male body or vice versa. So I think being trans is a real thing, but I don't like the definition of it being based on psychological social construction. I don't think that's meaningful at all. And I think it should be based on more physical structures of the brain being aligned with that of the particular sex that you were talking about.
Okay. But what are your thoughts on like, do you think okay, so I know for like a number of trans people, there can be that, like they're born with like I don't know how you would phrase it, like a genetically like a woman's brain, like a man can be born with that. But seeing as how I don't think we can, I mean, we could if we really put everyone like into like the doctor's office, but because like I'm curious as to like the amount of people that say like, oh, I am a woman, I am this, I am that. Like how many of those people do you think probably have that woman's brain compared to how many people are just doing it based off of like a social norm, or like I said earlier, misunderstanding like, oh, like, you know, I'm a woman, I feel like a man, but like there's a word for that, which is like masculinity. So what do you think about like that, I suppose?
Well, they're using the social construction definition. So they're not defining themselves as a woman based off of their brain structure. They're just saying they're the way that they feel they fit into society is more in line with the things that are identified as being a woman. I don't like that definition. I think it's silly. I don't like the social constructionism stuff. But since they're not trying to use the same definition I'm using, it obviously wouldn't align.
Okay. Yeah, no, the social constructionism, like that tends to bother me too, because like, you know, if it's based off of like social norms, like, oh, these group of guys are playing volleyball and I like that and I want to play volleyball with these dudes. But like only like, I don't know, this is just like me making up like only guys can play volleyball. It seems strange, you know what I mean? It seems like that part of the left almost dictates like, oh, guys can do this, girls can do that. So for me to identify as like another sex means I can now do these things when you can already do them with the sex you're born into.
Sort of.
Sorry, was that a little rambly?
A little bit. So it's like, I think that trans women in women's sports shouldn't happen. Not there's a lot of trans women in women's sports who can't win, but there's a very small percentage who can win everything and just set records. And so I think that men's sports should be open to anybody who wants to play, but women's sports should be limited to biological women.
Okay, is primarily due to the fact that like males have like a different musculature and like bone structure that could give them like an unfair advantage, even if like they're trans and even if they do go through the surgery, correct? Yep. Yeah, no, that's something I agree with too, and like it's tricky because I'll talk to other women about it, and like half the time they're like, oh, you know, like, yes, girl, you know, get it, you know, do what you got to do. But then the other half of the time, like sometimes I'll talk to women and they'll have this interpretation of where it's like, you know, us as women, we already don't have a lot going on, you know, like as far as like sports and this and that, and to have like men kind of come in and take over, it almost feels like, I don't know, like they're stealing their thunder, like they're stealing genetically born women's like thunder and like taking over what they can do almost.
Yeah, I think that women's sports is a classification that is limited to a specific group of individuals who doesn't have the same physical capabilities as a different group, which is the whole point of women's sports. It's the reason we don't let men compete is because it would defeat the purpose. There would be no women in it involved. And so if a large enough percentage of men became trans women, it would have the same effect where there would be no women in women's sports anymore. It would be just trans men.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, no, I agree with that, because then there would just be like 1 second. Like one thing I've heard, like I don't pay too much attention to sports, but like I did hear about like some guy who was like, I don't know, really bad at, I can't remember what it was, like maybe it was running or swimming. Like, I mean, he was okay. He would get like bronze and shit. Like,
yeah,
he would do okay,
swimming.
but like
college swimming, he was rated 400th in men's and got first in women's.
Yeah, exactly. So it almost feels like it sounds a little messed up. And I'm not going to say this is the case for all of them, of course, because I'm not going to generalize. But it almost seems like easy mode for a lot of these, you know, trans women, you know. Oh, man, I'm not doing it in the guys' sports. Might as well easy mode right here.
I don't think any of them specifically, or there might be like one that actually had the motivation of specifically transitioning for that purpose, but I don't think so. I don't think that was ever their motivation for transitioning.
Oh, I don't mean to say that like that was their main motivation, but like after transitioning, it might have been like an afterthought, like, oh, I'm a woman now, and oh, this seems like it'd be a lot easier because I still have like a biological advantage.
Well, I think anybody would think that, like if you went to a new group, like if either of us moved to some poor place in Mexico, we'd be like, we're really rich, we can go buy the mansion now. Like, yeah, we're doing it. Like, so yeah, if you ever get an advantage, it's just natural human psychology to try to take advantage of that to further your own goals.
So is it transgender people are able to go into these women's sports as well, or is it like just the transsexuals? Like, do you have to go through the like, whole surgery and everything?
It depends on the sport. That's up to the people who write the rules for the sport. I have no idea.
Oh, okay, that's fair. That's just something I was curious about. Let's see. I know I got more questions. I'm just a little spacey right now. Well, maybe that's all I have for now. But it was good talking to you.
Yep, me too.
All right, you have yourself a good one, gang.
Yep. Anybody else got any questions? I got about 8 minutes left.
May I ask if no one's gonna ask?
Sure.
So you spoke about like social construct relating to the definition of like trans women, right, on the left?
Yep.
How about like race? How do you see race? Do you also view that as like a social construct rather than a biological reality?
Probably not. I think that's more of an actual biological thing. I think that there's clearly differences. I think that the definition of race is more of a gray area, like everything in biology is. There's 26 different definitions of species because there's everything in biology is like a spectrum. But I definitely think there's clear differences between races. I just think it's not as cut and dry as black and white and Asian. I don't think those are things. But there are echoclines, and echoclines do translate to something close to races if you can generate the echoclines to groups. And so I think that their races are a real thing that are more technically referred to as echoclines in biology. But it's just not the same as like black and white kind of a thing.
You mentioned that you wanted AI to like solve the world's problems in the future. So like what problems do you hope that AI would solve precisely? Exactly what?
Merging human bodies with machines to make our lives better, being able to make impossible foods and print foods that taste good, solving politics and job problems, being able to do all of the manual labor for us, fixing streets and congestion issues, solving artificial photosynthesis, fusion, scientific progress in physics and biology and chemistry, solving disease and curing disease, cancer, neurological conditions, ALS, everything more or less.
You wish to be immortal.
Yeah. Death.
Why do you want to be?
Death should only occur when you consent to it and never before.
You don't consent to be born. Why must you consent to die? Like,
well, before you're born, you're not conscious, so you don't have a will or a desire for anything.
I see.
But when you're alive, you do have desires, and so killing you and involuntarily revoking those desires is what immorality is.
What do you believe happens after death? Absolutely nothing. You turn into just ashes and dust.
Most likely, but it is equally as possible that there is an afterlife in naturalism as there is in theism. So there could be an afterlife. You could just wake up in an isekai situation, and that would be awesome. But the evidence we only have evidence that you essentially just become dust.
Why do you want to achieve immortality?
Because I want to continue to achieve things and try to make progress in the world.
Well, your objective is to also like change the world as well. You also want to revolutionize the world, or do you want to be there to witness the world revolutionizing and changing for the very better?
Both. I think from a moral standpoint, it doesn't matter whether I'm there, but from a selfish standpoint, I would enjoy trying to change the world and playing it like a video game. So that's why I personally want to be immortal.
How do you believe you'll be able to like chip in and chime in towards evolving this world, towards like changing this world for the very better? Like, what do you propose you could do potentially to achieve that?
I started an atheist church religion based on my model of morality, and we are working to buy an apartment building to provide affordable housing, and then also have a church facility to promote my model of morality to move the world better towards this better world. That's the goal.
Where is this church stationed or located in?
Minnesota, where I live.
How many members do you have so far? How much is your crew? Like, how many members?
I think like 50.
How many members do you hope to accumulate?
100 billion.
Infinite, as much as you can. The more the merrier, to say the least.
Because I mean, I don't really care how many people adhere to the religion, but the goal is to make the world the most moral place it can be. And so I don't care if anybody believes, as long as we made the world more moral.
How and where do you derive your moral principles from exactly?
Looking at the patterns in moral progress, moral intuition, philosophical dilemmas, and problems within philosophy, like the Izzat problem, those kinds of things, and trying to find a model that best explains the data.
Are you the only type of person like on this like social media platform, like a social influencer that only does this? Are you coming up with your own ideas and philosophies for other people to follow your principles?
Yes, my morality is my own. So yeah, I made it up. It's only mine.
You really are like creating like groundbreaking discoveries here, basically.
Hopefully.
How confident are you in yourself in achieving your ambitions?
I don't know. Like it's more like, again, automated. So I do it because it's my goal, not because I necessarily have confidence in I'm going to achieve it. So it's like, I mean, I guess I'm probably pretty confident in the small term goals because I'm already most of the way there. But I like the world domination thing. I don't know. That one's I don't know what my confidence level is on that one. I'm gonna go for it anyway, though.
Do you ever doubt yourself?
I guess. I don't know what that means exactly.
Like you question your actions, you're not too optimistic on what you're trying to pursue or accomplish.
I guess I don't have any.
Like,
I don't have any doubts on what I'm trying to pursue because all the evidence supports it. Like 90% of the millionaires in the U.S. are from real estate. So going into real estate is a smart decision. So I don't really have any doubts there. Again, morality and religion also very successful. So I don't have any doubts there. Like most of my decisions are based on what has been proven to work in the past, what has the most probability of working, and takes me not having to kill myself at a job or whatever. So I don't really have much doubts on my choices or decisions in that regard.
do you think our generation in this era, we will be able to achieve immortality? Do you believe you will be able to access immortality within your lifespan?
Possibly. It's going to be definitely most likely within the next 200 years. So within the next 50 years, we'll probably know.
Probably no, but you won't access it though, right?
Well, in the next 50 years, we will know if we will be able to access it within my lifetime.
How long do you want to live for?
Until I get bored.
Do you think you'll ever get bored?
Don't know.
What makes you feel bored?
Not being able to do stuff.
Stuff do you want to do essentially, primarily?
It changes. Isekai, video games, anime, Instagram models. Those are the top of my list right now, but it changes.
Do you like change? Do you view change as a good or a bad thing?
Neither. Could be either one. Depends on what you care about.
Why did you find politicians stupid? Don't they run the world and control everything?
They are literally stupid. Like it's the easiest thing in the world to be a politician. Like, look at what the other countries are doing, find the things that have been proven to work, copy it. That's all you have to do. Like, there are literally tons and tons of people all over the world trying all the things you want to do. Find the one that works the best, copy it, you're done. But they never do that. Never, ever.
Like, what do you mean? What does like stupidity entail as like a politician? Could you further elaborate and expand upon that?
Not doing the thing that is objectively, demonstrably the best for your constituents. So, like, here's one. The Senate, in the Senate, there's a poll of the percentage chance of a bill being passed. If the public has a 0% interest in the bill and you put it into the Senate and Congress, it has a 30% chance of being passed. If the public has a like 80-90% consensus that they want it passed, it has a 31% chance of getting passed in Congress. So the amounts that the people care, the people who are being represented by Senate, the amount that they actually care about a policy has a less than 1% impact on whether that policy gets passed in Congress. That's why they're stupid.
So then what is like a more effective approach? What do you propose? The better alternative here.
Use science. Use the things that have been proven to work, that we can demonstrate this is the best system. Like Finland has one of the best education systems, copy it. Singapore has one of the best healthcare systems, copy it. Germany and Iceland have some of the best, like, recidivism, lower recidivism rates of prisons, copy it. Like, just literally look at the other countries, here's their system, this works, do it. It's very easy.
Why don't they do it? If it's so easy and simple, why don't politicians adhere to it?
Corruption and money, because they want to do what is required for them to make money and be given large donations so that they can run campaigns. And they care less about what's best for the world and more about their personal ideologies.
Will corruption ever end?
Yes.
Or is it just imminent?
AI will be able to do it better. AI will fix the problem, hopefully.
How does AI fix the problem? Oh yes, elaborate, sorry.
Well, AI is going to make decisions just based off of evidence. So it's just going to be like, this is what we should do. This is the best evidence. Here's the goal. Here's how we achieve the goal. Problem solved.
Where did you like get this idea from about AI resolving world's problems? Did you just come up with it by yourself or consumed media about it?
That is the effect technology has always had. That's the goal. That's the purpose of AI. That's why people are trying to invent it. All right, but that's 4 hours for me. I'm gonna hop off. Thanks for coming to the stream. Appreciate it, guys, and peace out. Hey guys, just wanted to give you an update. The dumbasses at YouTube still have not given me back my monetization because my debates were uploaded on other channels first. So even though they're of me with my content that I own, they're reused content. And under that policy, your entire channel gets demonetized if you're using reused content. So YouTuber dumbasses, please support me here at my PayPal link, bit.ly/TomJump. It's case sensitive, so capital T, capital J. If you can, I really appreciate your support.